Don't have answers. We operate in the fight or flight. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us.
Yes, sir. This is Sam. Welcome in, welcome in. It is another wonderful Thursday. Thank you for coming in. This is our story. We have a wonderful packed evening with some knowledgeable information to bring you some value.
Don't have answers. We operate in the fight or flight. We operate in a sense of desperation. And a lot of times we don't see the change before us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll start this evening. And everyone, welcome in. Hope y'all keeping cool today in this hot weather.
Children are gathered to thee, with orange, gold, and green floating over. with righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one cause.
Gusa salam,
Give thanks, Shabbat.
like Kimu, Malcolm the God too. Abakudus Kedamawi, Haile Selassie, Siam, Exhibir, Sila, Sila, Sila. Yes, I give thanks for another rising to do better than yesterday. Another day to do better today than we did previously, to fulfill our mission, decreed it to we. Glory be the word, glory be the sound, glory be the power of the Most High. Apokudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibir, in this renewal celebration, Iowa. Start time. Atu Ab held Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Apokudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibir. Sila, Bahaman Ab held Memphis Kudus, Ali Akal, Apokudus Kedamawe, Haile Selassie, Siam Exhibir. Baruta Ab Veld Memphis Kudus. Haile Akal Abakudus Kenmawe. Haile Selassie Siam Exhibir. Sila. Yes. Abataichi Had Silat. Sila. Abataichi Had Blesme Mintinoi. Simin Kodets Commitmenta. Fukwade Besme no Hondich into Hubematati Han. Yelet and Jolated in the Zindare. Belated in the club in in Domina, where they found keep for done the NG. Mingi Shanti Natina, Hali Maskan Lamazele Alimu, Abacudus, Kenamawe, Aile Selassie, Tiam, Exhibia. Mingis Yanti Natina, Hali Masagan, Lazela Alimu, Sila. You let it bundle, you let it done there, you call it Domina. Give us the strength to overcome like we may. Where they for them, I can take in to keep food.
Looks like the chaplain dropped off the call.
One moment. All right, give thanks. Uh, Rise Cipher. Is it possible for the eye to close out the prayer? Chaplain is having some problems with his phone overheating at the moment.
Yes, I.
Give thanks.
Well, we give thanks to Abakadus Kodamari Haile Selassie, light of this world, Bahani Elam, savior of this world, Madani Elam, Poet Mizrak, the gate of the east, Kidani Meharet, with the covenant of mercy, Talaku Meri, the great leader who rules by his will, in his way, by his right, for the merriness of the people. The ancient God, who is Tameri, the ancient God who is the God of the river Nile, our His Majesty Kadamari Haile Selassie. We give thanks for his life and his light, that he can bring this light to the Mahel Safari, to gather the children from the four corners of the earth, through the saints who represent the seven powers of the earth, that I and I, as the Mahel Safari, may be able to guide and gather the people together. And I was saying the prayer of Kedus Rufael, O Rufael, O Rufael. Lead I and I to those that I and I are waiting for. Lead I and I by the hand to those we are looking for, and those waiting for us. May our movements be guided by your light and transfigured with your joy. Sila, Abakadus, Kodamari, Haile Selassie, our light and our leader. We give thanks that we are able to see people in his light, that we see Kodamari, Haile Selassie in his full glory and in his light, and others in his light, that I and I will be a force for good in this earth. So we give thanks. The Lord's Prayer has already been uttered by Ras Amdi. So I won't go within the Lord's Prayer, and I'll seal the prayer there, just in the prayer. That is the prayer for the Mehel Safari, that I and I, being the warriors around the throne of him who lives and reigns and rules forever, the fiery warriors around the throne, the Arbinoch, the freedom fighters, the liberators, that I and I will be able to liberate the people with this knowledge, giving thanks. Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, I. Sila, yes, sir. Give thanks. There's no sound. I can't hear anything.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Cher, are you still on?
Yeah. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Yeah, you having technical difficulties
Yes,
too.
welcoming everyone to another Thursday. And we're having part 3 of our cosmic reality, dealing with the cosmology of the mind, the universe, the macro.
I can't hear you. I don't know if it's only me that can't hear, but I can't hear you very well.
All right, what about now?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
All right. All right, give thanks, everyone. All right, so we have a fun packed evening with some gems in this lecture. So please have out your pens and your papers. There may be some concepts you probably never heard of, certain phrases, certain things in the law that you definitely would need to look up. Because that's the encouragement. Always look up the information. Always look for yourself. We are not given a narrative. We are given our story. This is a collective of witnesses over the ages and the millennium and over to the different types of peoples and cultures, giving our witness to some great events that happen and us putting it into synchronicity, putting it into alignment, putting everything into its proper position. So we give thanks and praise for this moment, because this is the time where this information is needed, where this information was prepared for us to be using it at this moment. So we do uh, give thanks for that ability. So for events coming up, like we've been saying, we got Black August coming up at the end of August, August 30th in North Carolina. It's going to be a fun event. We're getting some more and more artists. Things are building up. We're getting some good spots, getting some good people coming in for the venue, great food, and a great one last story to take us to a 365 for the year. And we'll be having a wonderful dinner at the Black August Festival. Well, we will be on Zoom also, doing it how we do here, but way more refined. We're gonna give you a great show. We're gonna give you a great presentation, something memorable, and something that you can put into your mind, put into your library of great cultural events that is all about our people and making us grow. There'll be fun things for the children, arts and crafts. They'll be learning how to do different things. There'll be people there with different organizations. We have some fun performers. We have some great music lined up, and it's going to be wonderful, wonderful. So looking forward to the people coming out in North Carolina, looking to the people coming out from South Carolina, Atlanta, looking for the people coming out from New York, Virginia, whole area around the place. So looking forward to that. We got some great speakers and some great information for our people and great methods of coming together. So we give thanks on that. I want to give a shout out to Rastafari TV for collaborating with us to do some good work with promoting our story and also pushing for the Black August event as well. So you can check out Rastafari TV for some excerpts from our story on there with some important punchline informations to put you on your research and make you understand what is really going on within the hearts and the minds of man, where the word has become flesh. So we give thanks. And we also got our Shea Butter initiative still going so strong. It's gonna get even better and better. We got the moringa and the honey as well. We are into wholesale. We are into getting organic products from Ghana with the indigenous people, with the people on the ground. So definitely check us out for that. Check us out for those details. All right, without any further ado, Minister Lazarus, Foreign Affairs, got the mic open for you to begin the evening. Yes, I. Yes, I love.
In the mystic tradition of different religions, we have a remarkable unity of spirit. Whatever religion they may profess, they are spiritual kinsmen. While the different religions in their historic forms bind us to limited groups in militant militias or militant against the development of loyalty to the world community. The mystics have already stood for the fellowship of humanity in harmony with the spirit of the mystics of the ages gone by. We started this discussion in the mystic tradition, delving back into a science and into a knowledge that connects the East and the West, the North and the South. You will, please mute your phone, please mute your phone, please mute your phone.
And death for an animal to drink the village, an animal will lay down. They will live up because that.
Please mute your phone. So we will start today's session dealing with mystic tradition. I'm gonna present a document, but what I'm gonna do first is give you a knowledge of a word that I want you to hold to your memory as we go further into the discussion. But I'm going to give a basic explanation of what we're about to do through a definition of this word. So let me give you the word here.
Brady, Russ, can you turn up the volume some? You're very quiet, Russ.
Yes, sir. The word is damut. They call it the complete range of scope of something, but in the music, it's called the musical notes. It's the 7 musical notes. Gamut. Damut. Now, it's also, let me see if they would have gave it to us. Let me see if they do it in this definition here. The whole series of recognized musical notes. This is where you get your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. You get that do, re, mi, which is the 7 musical notes. I'll give another word. Let's see if it comes up. The actual word I was looking for that goes with gamut is kamut. Okay, they didn't put I'm gonna give it to me. All right. Well, kamut was also another name for the gamut, the 7 notes. But kamut also is in reference to the Asar energy. Let me see, they might give it that. No, they won't give it. No, they won't give it. So the seven notes or the seven frequencies of the gamut also go and correlate with Osiris. Osiris is recognized for as Osiris, Osar, is recognized for a very important thing. Here we go. Yes, there is a long tradition mentioned by the Greek historian Diodorus Siculus. The ancient Egypt was founded by the colonists led by Osiris from Ethiopia. So the Osiris, the Isis, the Ma'at, this is a tradition that leads out of Ethiopia and creates colonies around the world, bringing what we call civilization. Civilization. So, in this Osiris tradition, there are mega traditions that are associated with this. And so what we're going to do is we're going to begin the session in that energy to kind of lock us in to a certain frequency, if that's okay with everyone. It's not a thing that we probably most of the time don't think about, but there are traditions that were that held certain components and they still exist. And so there's a science that's woven in these traditions and we can experience them. So let's experience one. So I would ask you all to first place your hand on your stomach. And I want you to inhale and exhale. Take a deep breath and exhale. Do it one more time. Now, did your stomach expand on the inhale? And did it go flat on the exhale? This is how you want to breathe. This is how you want to be breathing in this. So I want you to breathe through this. I want you to inhale and exhale. And I want you to listen to the harmonic energy. This is your dore. This is your gamut. This is a harmonic frequency. The use of the instrument, the sistrum. The sistrum is, some people say there's a rattle, but the sistrum actually deals with moving the forces, the four elements, water, air, fire. So it activates the movement in it. So the frequency that's used in the chant is to channel a defense, is to channel manifestation in certain components. There's a very big history to the development of the chants of Ethiopia. A mystical revelations was received that created it. So I ask you all to just focus, just think, and intake the energy for a minute. Give thanks.
Yeah. Right. Mm. If y'all enjoyed that energy, any feedback, um, we're gonna lead our discussion from there as well. Um, floor is open. Good thing. Yes, family. Nigusa Salam. One thing about the sistrum, I mean, I've been amongst the Deptara and I've learned how to play the sistrum, and what they are actually doing is keeping the second hands of the second hands of the clock, and they use a time and a half. When you see them moving the
Your
system.
sound went out.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear right now?
Yes, can hear you.
Yeah. The sistrum is what you see there is actually the drum and the masquamia, which is the stick, the maquamia, the prayer stick, and the sistrum. That is what they use in the Ethiopian church to keep where they say, and David danced around the ark. That is whatever the interference from the Roman church. That is the African tradition which they are maintaining there. And when they're moving the sistrum, they're actually moving the timing of the seconds. And then they use a half second. So when you see them moving the sistrum, you see them moving it, and you would think they're doing the second, like a second time, but it's a silent. Like they'll move the sistrum over first. They'll rock it over, so you'll hear the sistrum's twang. You'll hear them tingling, and then the second movement is a silent movement, and it is the half second, and then they move it back, and then sometimes you'll see them move it 4 times, and then sometimes you'll see them move it 5 times. And these are all to do with the timing and the bringing down of the different frequencies from the heavens. This is what they're actually doing when they're using that system. It's a very technical instrument, and the movements are what I've been Kedus Yared. Kedus Yared is from the 6th century. It was he who actually created all the chants and the different speeds and the rhythms and the different ways of chanting, and they are named. They have specific names for the different chants and for the different speeds, like how we do in the music. You have uh, um, the 4 speed, which is the quad. I can't remember. I used to know this music. I used to be able to read music, but there's the 4 speed in the music. The different speeds, which it tells you how to play the how it tells you how to play the piece of music. It has when we're reading the music in the Babylon, not the Babylon, in the music world, when you're able to read music, the I can't even think of the name of the thing. It starts with quite something. The the names of the notes. You know, they've got different names. Well, this is exactly the same with with what they're doing with the chants.
Quarter note,
And
quad note.
sorry,
Yeah, your timing on the notes, the quarter notes, and so forth. Yeah.
yeah, the quarter notes and the different speeds of the notes. Well, that is exactly what they're doing. So Kedush Yared was actually a musician, so he was able to put these chants together and also the movements. How you saw those all standing still was sometimes that you'll see them dance forward because they'll do it with two lines. They'll do it with two lines of Debtada facing each other. And then they all go forward. Then one movement are moving forward 4 paces, and one is moving back 4 paces. Well, that represents when you see that they're representing the two horizons, and when they're representing the two horizons, like of the earth, so they're moving forward and then they're moving it back, but they're all moving in unison. You know, but you'll see them doing different chants with different speeds of the sistrum, with different tones as well, the different levels of the tones, you know, where you see them chanting very high. You don't really hear them, you don't really hear them with low chants, you know, with a low chant. It seems like they're all up there in the higher pitch, up there in the higher pitch reasons, you know, in the high regions of the scale, you know, when they're chanting. But you never really hear them doing the low chants. And the reason you don't hear them doing the low chants is because it is the drum which is doing the low chants. Because you see the drum is sometimes it's just giving you the seconds, but then sometimes it's just giving you the heartbeat, but then it's giving you a double heartbeat. And then sometimes it will give you like seven, they'll lick the drums 7 times in a row because it's all to do with moving the frequencies of the earth. That's what they're doing there. You know, it's a great study. I mean, to actually understand that is a study in itself. You know. Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor is open. And that's a. I'm gonna put it in the chant. That's a good meditation. That's a good thing to go into prayer with. Clear your consciousness with. Remember these frequencies work with you. They're developed off of your science. So I'm gonna try to put that in the chat. Put the link to that in the chat. See if anyone wants to tonight. Yeah. Getting into that frequency. Yes, sir. Give thanks. So we will begin by reading from John G. Jackson's Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization. John G. Jackson, Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization. Well, we say that because we just spoke about Osiris. Asar making a journey and creating the colony which everyone calls today Egypt. Making a colony in India, making a colony in Sumer, making a colony in Asia, making a colony in the Americas. The bringer of civilization. So the science of a people is the name of a people, the nature of a people. Now, if we go 500 years from today, or let's say even 1,000, they will speak of an Asar Heru figure named Rastafari. And they will speak of how he spread civilization or the science of Rastafari all about. So the story will embody a form of truth to document the movement of an information. But in the impartialness of the story, the people who represent Rastafari will in history just be listed as Rastafari. But they will represent a lineage and so forth of Rastafari. So when we think of Asar, Aset, Osiris, Isis, we have to think of that Ethiopian Kushite influence that is spreading around the world. Let's read now from John G. Jackson's Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization. It is a pretty well settled that the city is the Negro's great contribution to civilization. See, there wouldn't even be no cities, what we call cities. The construct of a city, civilized cities, comes from Africa. Doesn't come from nowhere else. The construct of a settlement, a city, it comes from Africa, comes from the blacks. Those piles of ruins which you see in the narrow valley watered by the Nile are the remains of opulent cities, the pride of the ancient kingdom of Ethiopia. There are people now forgotten, discovered while others were yet barbarians. The elements of the arts and science, a race of men now rejected from society for their sable skin and frizzled hair, founded on the study of the laws of nature, those civil and religious systems which still govern the universe. Count Volney. The first was Count Haldeman Julius. The accident of the predominance of white men in modern times should not give us the supercilious idea about color or persuade us to listen to superficial theories about the innate superiority of the white-skinned man. For 1,000 years ago, when civilization was already 1 or 2,000 years old, white men were just a bunch of semi-savages on the outskirts of the civilized world. If there had been anthropologists in Crete, Egypt, and Babylonia, they would have pronounced the white race obviously inferior and might have discoursed learnedly on the superior germplasm or glands of colored folks. Scholar Joseph McCary. Ethiopia and the Origin of Civilization. The late Professor George A. Dorsey noted that H.G. Wells' heart beats faster in nearly every chapter of his outline of history because he cannot forget that he is Nordic, Aryan, English, British, white, civilized. Why we behave like human beings, page 40. This patriotic zeal of Mr. Wells has in truth caused him to suppress certain facts that do not fit into his pet theories. In the latest edition of his outline of history, Mr. Wells ends his chapter on the early empires with the following remarks. No less an authority than Sir Blinder Petrie gives continuance to the idea that there was some very early connections between Colchis, the Colchias or Colchias, the country to the south of Caucasus, and prehistoric Egypt. Herodotus remarked upon a series of resemblance between the Colchians and the Egyptians. Wells, the new revised outline of history, Garden City, 1931, page 184. It would have been proper for Wells to have quoted the remarks of Herodotus so as to give us precise information on the series of resemblance between the Colchians and the Egyptians. Why he did not do so, we shall now see. In Book 2, Section 104 of his celebrated history, Herodotus states, for my part, I believe the Colchi to be a colony of Egyptians, because like them, they have black skin and frizzled hair. See any English translation of the history of Herodotus. The translation by Professor Jules Rawlinson is the best. See also W.E. Du Bois, The Negro, page 31, and Count Volney's Travels in Egypt and Syria, volume 1, page 80 and 81. After discussing the civilization of Egypt, Babylonia, and India, Wells had already referred to them as the triple system of white man civilization. Outline of History, chapter 13, section 5, page 175. On concluding that, and I'd like to say, if you're keeping up with this, you're seeing that the first stage of the war to enslave our minds began disseminating false narratives of history. His Majesty said that we have to counter these attacks, these measures of attacks that take place. So in the Ethiopian World Federation's constitution, it says to disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture, knowledge. So it's a countering of the things that were done to impede, and we're going to get into that language today, impede resistance, current. So let me read a little more. So the civilization of Egypt was a white man's civilization. He naturally would be careful not to quote the above passages of Herodotus. So now this white author starts manipulating our history to fit white people. Most history, especially the ones on ancient history, start off by telling us that there are either three, four, or five races of man, but that of those races, only one has been responsible for civilization, culture, progress, and all other good things. The one race is, of course, the white race, and particularly that branch of the said race known as the Nordic or Aryans. The reason for this is obvious. The writers of these textbooks are as a rule Nordic, or so consider themselves. However, prejudice alone will not account for this sort of thing. There is a confusion among historians and anthropologists concerning the proper classification of races. And this confusion is used by biased writers to bolster up their preconceptions. It is therefore necessary that we discuss the subject of race classification in a rational manner before proceeding further. The earliest scientific classifications of varieties of the human species were geographically in nature. The celebrated naturalist Linnaeus, 1707 1778, for instance, listed four races according to the continent, namely European, white, African, black, Asiatic, yellow, and American, red. That's the four. Blumenbach in 1775 added a fifth type, the oceanic or brown race. This classification is still used in some grammar school geographies where the race of man are tabulated as Ethiopian, black, Caucasian, white, American, red, Mongolian, yellow, Malayan, brown. During the year 1800, the French nationalist Cuvier announced the hypothesis that all ethnic types were traceable to Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the three sons of Noah. After that date, race classification developed into an amazing contest. The struggle which still rages. By 1873, Haeckel had found no less than 12 distinct races of mankind, and to show the indefatigable nature of his research, he annexed 22 more races a few years later, bringing the grand total of the human type up to 34. Deniker in 1900 presented to the world a very imposing system of race classification. He conceived of human species existing in the form of six grand divisions, 17 divisions, and 29 races. And despite all the industries among anthropologists, ethnologists, and the like, there is yet no agreement on the classification of races. There is no agreement on the classification of races. Where one anthropologist finds three racial types, another can spot 33 without the least difficulty. The classifiers of race, however, regardless of how abundantly they disagree with each other as to the correct grouping of human types, were of unanimous accord in the belief that white peoples of the world were far superior to the darker races. This opinion is still very popular, but modern science is making it hard for intelligent people to accept the fallacy. Many years ago, the German philosopher Schopenhauer remarked that there is no such thing as a white race, much as this is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one. Schopenhauer posed keen and sagacious foresight on this point. For example, the English scholar Joseph McCabe expressed the following view as a consensus of opinion among modern anthropologists. There is strong reason to think that man was at first very darker skinned, woolly haired, and flat nosed, and as he wandered into different climates, the branches of the race diverged and developed their characteristics. Key to culture, number 11, page 10. A lot of times when we start these discussions and builds, we assume that everyone has been going through certain studies to come to a certain point of reasoning. A lot of people have not done the in-depth studies, and their point of reasoning is just based on
a common theory that has been commonly said in their circle. And then they really don't have a knowledge of the information. They'll say they know the information, but that means they've heard something that they can regurgitate, but yet they do not know the information. So, what we try to do in our story is increase your knowledge of the information, thereby hoping that if you join us every Thursday, then you're not in the process of ignoring the knowledge of the information. Then you're not operating in an ignorance, you're operating in a process of seeking. You're a seeker of the knowledge of yourself. So we congratulate you for journeying with us in this discussion. And as we go further, we hope you're able to keep up and understand that we are seeking not to place one religion over another, but to increase the knowledge that allows us all to build. We do not operate in division. We try to teach and show the oneness of all faiths and all teachings. Let's go a little further into this discussion. All right. Professor Franz Boas, the Nestor of American anthropologists, has divided the whole human race into only two divisions. The classification of Boas is admirably explained by Professor George A. Dorsey. Open your atlas to a map of the world. Look at the Indian Ocean on the west, Africa, and on the north, the three great southern peninsulas of Asia. On the east, a chain of great islands terminating into Australia. Wherever the Indian Ocean touches land, it finds dark-skinned people with strongly developed jaws, relatively long arms, and kinky or frizzy hair. Okay, so he used the construct of the Indian Ocean to track this. Call that the Indian Ocean or Negroid division of the human race. Now look at the Pacific Ocean on one side, the two Americas on the other, and other Asia. Geographically, Europe is a tail to the Asiatic kite. The aboriginal populations of the Americas and Asia north of its southern peninsula was a light-skinned people with straight hair, relatively short arms, and a face with a prominent jaw, called the Pacific Ocean or Mongoloid division. Why have we behaved like human beings? Page 44 45. Professor A.L. Kubert and Faye Cooper Cole are of the opinion that the peoples of Europe have bleached out enough to merit classification as a distinct race. This would add a European and Caucasoid division to the Negroid and Mongoloid races of the classification proposed by Professor Boas. If we accept this threefold division of the human species, our classification ought to read as follows. The races of man are three in number: Negroid or Ethiopian or black race. Two, Mongoloid, Mongolian or yellow race. The Caucasoid or European or white race. This is the very latest scheme of race classification. Now, I'm going to read a little bit more. Well, no, we can. I'm gonna read a little bit more. Then I'm going to ask you this question. Now that we have straightened out ourselves on the issue of classification of race, we may properly turn the main subject matter of this essay, the ancient Ethiopians, and their widespread influence on the early history of civilization. In discussing the origin of civilization in the ancient Near East, Professor Charles Singanos, in his History of Ancient Civilization, notes that the first civilized inhabitants of the Nile and Tigris Euphrates Valley were a dark-skinned people with short hair and prominent lips, and they are referred to by some scholars as Cushites, Ethiopians, and as Hamites by others. The ancient civilizations of the Cushites, out of which earlier cultures of Egypt, Mesopotamia grew, was not confined to the Near East. Traces of it have been found all over the world. All over the world. Dr. W. J. Perry refers to it as an archaic civilization. Sir Graffin Elliott Smith terms it as the Neolithic, Heolithic culture of the culture of the Brunnet Browns. Mr. Wells alludes to this early civilization in his outline of history and dates its beginning as far back as 15,000 years BC. This peculiar development of the Neolithic culture, says Mr. Wells, which Elliott Smith called Heolithic Sunstone culture, included many of all of the following odd practices: circumcision, the queer custom of sending the father to bed when a child is born, known as koved, the practice of massage, the making of mummies, megalithic monuments, artificial def, um, deformations of the heads of the young by bandages, tattooing, religious association of the sun and the serpent, the use of the symbols known as the swastiks for good luck. We see this throughout Ethiopia. Elliott Smith traces these associated practices in a sort of constellations all over this great Mediterranean, Indian Ocean, Pacific area. Where one occurs, most of the others occurs. They link Brittany with Bruno and Peru, but this constellation of practices does not crop up in the primitive home of the Nordic or Mongolian people, nor does it extend southward beyond the equatorial Africa. The first civilizations of Egypt and the Euphrates Tigris Valley probably developed directly out of this widespread culture. Now, first question to the when we talk about the classification, if we're dealing with this aspect as a people, would we continue classification of race, or would there be a way we would end the classification of race through the truth of history? Then what would that mean? Would the borders of now Africa be considered the borders of all people? Um, give your input, your thought process. What would be the solution in this? For classification of race has been a component in the warfare used against us in many aspects, and the components of land grabbing as well. So, in that aspect, would you go with the three race theory? Would you go with the four race theory? What did resonate with you? And what do you think, as a government, we, the Black peoples of the world, should we, in our developments, start a reclassification of races under the construct of the oneness based on the truth of Africa's history? Or should we be protecting and separating ourselves, every man and woman returning to their own divine and fig truth? Floor is open, floor is open. Love to hear your answers before we go to the next question. Give thanks. Floor is open. All right, we need your scholarly minds. You are the new generation to bring the answers for the problems that plague us. I know you have had to have this thought process in your mind at some point in time, especially when we live in our conscious movement where people are saying, I'm not African, I'm not Black, I'm not this, I'm this. What do we do in this battle of racial classification and so forth, ethnic classification. Talk to me, talk back to me.
Yes, family, giving thanks. Yes, well, it's a very difficult subject now because you know, His Majesty, when I'll bring His Majesty as the progenitor of all thoughts. But he said that the concept of race, we have to become a different people, and the concept of race and the demarcation of using the black and white needs to be abolished. I don't know, you know, I'm just ad libbing, like we need to be above that. But the problem that we, you know, and that should be the case. That is the ideal. But to elevate above this system, which is ingrained in the classification of peoples, is, you know, it's mind-boggling, really, to even to think how to find a solution to that problem because of the ingrained definitions which have been put into society, and not only in black and white, even now, you know, but the same system. Because when the Europeans went into Asia, went into India, they embraced and enhanced the caste system because it already existed. So they were able to then join themselves into that caste system and then create the white superiority nature of the world, because and the whole world, it seems to be predicated on this idea of the superiority of lighter skinned people. So how in the state that we have become now, so it's so embedded and ingrained into people's minds and thoughts. The first thing that people look at is your color. And then from seeing the color, then there are assumptions made, and on different ways on the spectrum as well, you know, not only black onto white, but white onto black and brown onto black and brown onto white. And so this demarcation, the only way to actually alleviate it is in a spiritual realm. We're to understand the spiritual realm when His Majesty said there's no conception of borders, there's no conceptions of race, there's no conception of division. So then he said we would need to become a new race of people with a different understanding. You know, I'm only ad-libbing what he's saying. So he's actually contemplated the whole system, or the whole yeah, it's a system of
Constructs.
colorism. Yeah, it's a system of colorism. So Ras, it's actually to actually try and put that into your mindset is a very oppressive feeling of, it's an oppressive feeling of that there's no solution. That's my personal feeling, you know. I think, oh my word, you know, how would we ever get over this? How will we get past this concept of racial superiority? Because it's so ingrained in every aspect of life and every aspect of all people's thoughts. Yes, sir. So I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, sir. Come.
Yeah. The last part Cypher just said about
Breaking up. Breaking up.
you know, it could never change because it's so. All right, what about now?
All right. So that part he was saying in the end about it not changing and how it's so ingrained in the culture. That's the key thing because race is a concept, it's a construct. The only race is the human race. Because when you explain the different races as to what makes them quote unquote different races, even from the scientists themselves, these things are mutations. Mutations are when DNA from the cell has a problem. Nigeria alone, they have more variation of DNA. Yeah, more different.
You're
All right, can
breaking
you hear me good
up.
now?
Yeah, you need to come back. You need to step back a bit though, Russ, because everything you said just there never came through. So you need to
Okay.
come, step
All
back
right.
a bit.
So I'm saying the concept of race is just a concept. Like you say, it's ingrained in the culture. It's in the storybooks, it's in the dictionary, it's everywhere with intent. Race is just a construct once again because every time scientists do explain quote unquote different races, they talk about different variations and how certain variations are mutations. So if these mutations are mutations, that does not create a different race. We just have human beings with multiple mutations, human beings that have more mutations than they have normalities. And what happens is when we be ourselves as Black people, quote unquote, when we be ourselves as the humans, the hue, the hue, it spreads. The mitochondrial DNA spreads. And what does it spread towards? Places that have problems with its DNA. And it fixes it. People acclaim that Black people have the best this, best bodies, best physical abilities, all these different things. That's a narrative. Because we also know we have the best scientists, we have the best politicians, best at everything, because we are the epitome of a upright human being at its best, at its most versatile variations in DNA. That is us, in its natural form, changing and adapting to the environment naturally. That is us. That's us, the multiples of people. We have all the types. There's no type that belongs to anybody else that we don't have. The textures of hair, the types of noses, the types of lips, the jaw lines, the head sizes, the heights, you know, these different things. We're just more fully functionable because we have less mutations. We see the human body over and over again being referenced in science and mechanics as a computer, as a machine. So if we are the epitome of the archetype, that's what we are, and we share as Black people to say this anointing is something to be shared. It was never something for a select certain people, because look at how various we are compared with others. And not just how we look, but in our DNA. The amount of Y chromosomes we have in variations, the amount of X chromosomes we have in variations is way, 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 way more. So if there's only 11% of the earth is as this, that's not reality. But people watch TV, people watch movies, and there's very much an incentive to give you a perspective of a majority and a minority. So there's a psychological game to keep a certain type of demographic within the human aspect, because them in that state creates jealousy. We hear it from them all the time. You can go to a redneck person, there's tons of videos online. Ask them why are they racist. They tell you over and over again to give their children a chance, when all they have to do is realize that whiteness is not a race. Whiteness is a condition of conditioning. It is more than climate change. It is more than temperature change. It is a conditioning. It is a psychological program. It is a certain diet that leads to certain body types, leads to certain types of densities of bones and these different things. This type of special breeding program. That's what whiteness is. And we know it was only brought up in the legalities in the 1600s. Before that, we knew about every type of color, every type of spectrum to be understood as part of nature. But somebody decided that their position as what they thought they were to be unique was nothing more than an anomaly that was itself looking to be healed. So give thanks. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Definitely all the way on point with that. Definitely. The construct, it's a mindset. So when we talk about our story, we're talking about a countermeasure in changing this, bringing the answers, bringing the healing. When we speak about Tony Martin, race first, or the EWF, we the Black peoples of the world, it is for us to gain our position to be able to narrate the story for healing. The other side are the narrators of the wounds of humanity. Again, His Majesty came back into this storyline in which they were narrating the construct of world dominance and superiority. And His Majesty input morality, human rights as the center of international law, as the center of the mind of the governing mind of the world. So the governing minds of the world had to change their construct. This wasn't done with a gun. This wasn't done with a bomb. This was done through mental intelligence. This was recognizing the mental constructs of the people and operating in accordance. That is what is needed to bring change and bring the healing. So in this, let's go a little deeper into the thought process that has been opened by Local 49, our president, Ross Kimmy. Let's get a little deeper into this discussion and open these gateways of thoughts.
Is Black Messiah, Ras Lazarus Azariah Nazarai, and Moye come in this time with the poetic expression of I and I, our story. So this is I and I's story. I and I must overstand that as Rastafari, Ras meaning king, Tafari meaning head creator, it is the returning of the crown unto I and I as kings and queens, the crown of divine truth, the God within the God, the divine essence that is I and I being. So I and I is the bride, and the bride must make herself ready. And when the bride is ready, she is prepared for the marriage ceremony. So I and I is the two becoming as one, the higher reality of divine nature becoming that which is on earth as it is in heaven, the seventh heaven. So I and I here are I and I brethren and sisters that overstand these facts and overstand the history that has bewildered the world, and the world has been lost from it. So I and I will begin with overstanding the cosmic evolution of I and I as cosmic beings. For I and I DNA When we look at our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen, the strands of our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the same as that which is in the sky, the sun. So I and I is sun beings, cosmic beings. So when I and I go through the lessons of the seven bodies of mind, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body, we understand that the higher nature is symbolic bodies of mind, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body.
When we speak about our seven bodies of man, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, physical body, the seven bodies.
Life force and physical body, we understand that the higher nature is symbolic of the physical higher embodiment, which is the lower or the smallest particles, which take us to the neutron, the proton, and the electron. For the mind is the electron, that which elects, the elect, the chooser. For the electron is the determiner of the charge, a determiner of the frequency. That's why when we deal with the science which our ancestors left us to understand this cosmic reality as cosmic beings, we'll learn that the negative confessions is a symbolical meaning that guides us through life. Negative, if we are negative, without weight, light as a feather here on earth, not bound by material reality, then if we are light as a feather, then we attract positive energy. But if we are heavy, if we are heavy, if we are a positive weight here, bound by material, then we attract negative energy. This is the science of the cosmic being that must be returned. So as I and I go through it, I and I call unto I and I brethren and sisters to overstand that I and I began as out of the Abyssinian, the abyss, the primordial substance, the primordial flame, as cosmic beings, etheric bodies, manifesting through polarities of magnetical fields, creating a physical reality, becoming a genetical particle, which is the intelligence of the Creator, manifesting into a six-sided being, a top, a bottom, a right side, a left side, a front, and a back, which is Aina equality, also the symbol of the cube, which is the box of Osiris. So the divine being manifested into the physical form symbolizing the feminine, the caduceus, the divine energy held within I and I, which is the feminine. That's why the goddess was always represented as the highest being. So as I and I entered into this plane as gods on earth, possessors of the caduceus energy, the serpentine energy, the kundalini energy, I and I were held as Asah and Aset, the gods on earth. Pyramids, Pyra meaning fire in the middle, the Shin, the Kundalini. We were holders of the cosmic force and balance. And at that point of time, the earth was one body, meaning this is when the land was called Pangea, or the land of Atlantis and Lemuria. So we're talking about a time, ancient time, not discovered or not detailed in European history. So many people ask, what happened to Pangea? Pangea was destroyed by what? We were supposed to keep balance. As we entered into this physical body, the cosmic body, the physical body, the challenge of sensualism and keeping the balance challenged us. Some say, how is this for the God? But we must understand this science. So when I and I did not keep balance, it is the laws of nature, that which you create. See, you are a creator. So the universe must reflect. It must give you the reality of which you have chose. So it had to create a reality so that you would have balance. It has to create balance. So when I and I became sensual, the universe had to create this reality. How did the universe create this reality? Let I and I give you one lesson first before I and I say this. The reality of creating this universe is the same as understanding the seven bodies of man. The seven bodies of mind. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 9. The born process, the birthing process. There is an eternal process. 360 degrees is born. 720 degrees is born. There is an eternal birthing process. Life is eternally birthing itself over and over and over. This is the infinite, the cosmic reality. So when we speak of Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, it says, let us being plural. Many have dealt with this as the Elohims, or the seven angelical spirits, which is the seven spirits sent forth into the earth, which is the seven bodies of man: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. When we understand these seven bodies, then we can understand the reality in which we have created. For failure to not understand from whence you came will deny you the ability to move on. So you will live in a repetitious, over and over destructive reality. So this is past the reality of race. Yes, I said it. So you must understand the fullness of the science. Then you are not blind by that which you have created. So when we deal with the seven bodies, we understand that man has four lower bodies: an emotional body, an astral body, a life force, and a physical body. The physical body is structure, the life force, the breath, the blood. The astral body, your dream body. The emotional body. When you enter into a room and people don't like you, you feel their emotional body touch your emotional or your physical body. So you know there is an emotional body. But just as you feel it, because there is disbalance in the room, the universe feels this disbalance when mind is not in harmony with the creative balance of nature. When we get out of harmony, the universe senses the energy that is being manifested, and it must create this reality or find a way to create balance. So this means this creates paradigms. So for us to understand paradigms and the lasting of paradigms and the birthing of new paradigms, we must understand our own cosmic reality. So as we created this balance, as we entered into sensualism, leaving our etheric body, see, you have to understand the first elements. Man entered this plane as androgynous, first as an etheric being with neither gender. Then man became androgynous. Then there came gender. So this is a science that we must understand. Now, as I entered into this physical flesh more and more, and essentialism caused a disbalance in us, the universe reflected this. And in the end, because we would not keep balance as the first beings. Now you have to understand, even in the book by Helen Blavatsky, Secret Teachings of All Ages, Isis paid, Isis unveiled, and in many of the lessons you will learn that many people say there's the first race, second race, or the Kali Yugas, and dealing with the golden ages and the ages of the gods coming down into iron ages and stages of this reality. Then you will understand that at one point of time the cosmic being, light body beings, gave birth through cosmic thought. And then the next stage was birth through physical. See? So you have two different or several different types of race of mind. Not race as in skin color, but race as in the operation of the spiritual being on this plane. So when we come to what we would say would be the fourth race, entering into a stage of physical disbalance and learning to deal with the sensualism, we entered into what was called the universe response with a meteorite shower. Now many scientists are now coming out to deal with this reality, that there is an age that is pre-dynastic, antediluvian, before the great floods, that must be understood. That there was a time when I the indigenous, the indie gene, the black gene, the original gene, the 144. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. So the original beings were angelical God beings on this planet. When I say 144, that is the measurements. For we must understand that as the temple, that there are measurements to this temple. And if you take from these measurements or add to these measurements, meaning if you are the book of life, the temple, the book of life, and if you add to these measurements or take from these measurements, you will create curses, or you will create that which you must deal with. So when we enter into this stage where we deal with, originally mind held the measurements, the third eye was open, operating kundalini chakra forces, operating in a cosmic reality. But as sensualism entered in, the original cosmic light body beings were warning those who had entered into the physical, the next generation that had been born, that they must maintain balance, but they would not maintain balance. This is the Ancient of Days, the Anaki, the Anuaki, the ancient gods, the mothership beings. See, the mothership beings, those who are out of the abyssin, of the abyss, the primordial substance, telling those on this plane that they had given birth to or created that they must maintain their balance. But there were those that would not listen, and there were those that would listen. Remember, those that would not listen were not listening due to ignorance, but basically based on that they were gods, creative beings, but they did not understand that that which you create, you must deal with yourself. It is not so much that because I am God, I can do anything. It is if you are God and you are the creative force. Now, if you create something, you will have to show that you are the master of this. Or if this masters you, then you have fallen to a slave to your own self. See, this is the reality of where we are today. So as the meteorite shower came, see, this is the universe responding to disbalance on this plane, or disbalance on this dimension. The ones that would listen to the cosmic elders, the cosmic council, they were taken into what was called the underground cities of the earth, the underworlds, the Agatha, the Shambhala. And those that felt that they did not have to listen, or they could do what they want because they were gods, they stayed on top of the earth, outside of their inner being. And when the meteorite shower came, they were trapped in their own destruction. For when the meteorite shower hit, it was like atomic explosions all over the earth that set off volcanoes and caused volcanic ash. So you had atomic mushrooms and volcanic ash and the meteorite debris causing electromagnetic fields that caused the dust cloud to hover over the earth for many ages. See, even Malachi York was giving you the lessons of this, but still trying to hold to certain biblical things. So now you have to understand, before this meteorite shower, if you go back to the Sanskrits and you deal with the ancient texts of the gods on earth, and you have to deal with the cyclics of the universe. So each one of these beings represented certain galactical forces at those point of times and dimensional times. So they would be given names that would perceive them to be beings from Pleiades and beings from this time and that time. But yet these so-called aliens are you, the indigene. So the ones that went into the underground earth with high divine intelligence and still operating pineal and pituitary as a third eye, operating in the highest consciousness, were educated and taught to maintain the measurements through things like aloe, chlorophyllc food, they were able to maintain dietary substance. Hydroponics is nothing new. Lights, acidic growth, melanated batteries to grow food and harvest food in the inner cities, solar bodies from the cores of the earth. But those that maintained on top of the earth, when the meteorite showers hit, many of them were destroyed. But because of their divine nature, they became lost beings on the astral plane, fiend spirits that needed a lower body to attach to, trapped in their own darkness until a certain time. Now the ones that were not destroyed by the meteorite showers or when the dust cloud blocked out the sun causing an ice age, they were hiding in caves within the earth. And they were living like animals, mutating and eating flesh. The lack of vegetation due to the sun being blocked out and the ice age coming in caused them to mutate genetically. So the measurements, the 144, was broken. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel, 144 cubics, which is the measurements of the wall. A stone was removed from the wall, and I saw an angel fall to earth. Remember, man has 7 bodies: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. But man, the original operation is in his spiritual body, his higher body, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. But he fell from that higher nature to just an earthly being, the light body being, fell to earth, deceived by his own physical nature. The physical nature is the feminine. The Kundalini force, the sensualism force, is the serpent. So the serpent deceived the physical body, causing disbalance that caused a meteorite shower that then caused an ice age and then caused a group of the indigenes to mutate by living like savages on all fours and animals, bloodsuckers, becoming like werewolves and vampires, amalgamating with animals and dogs, becoming a lower gene. So I had created a lower gene on earth. Our lower gene had been created. This is the Yaqub story. For Jacob came face to face with God in the valley of Peniel. So the pineal gland is the operation of the higher being. But if the higher being falls to the physical, then he creates a lower being, which then this lower being, originally being a black seed or an indigenous Abyssinian, a person of the abyss of the cosmic waters, then falls to being that which was birthed out of the illusion of self. So it is a non-existent being because this is not the reality of this being. They were birthed out of the illusion of sensualism. So this is your whole story of how we go from one race of people to another race. For the mutant then becomes what we later on call the caveman. And as it becomes known as the caveman, then we come to the division of time in the stories. For we must know the stories in their self. So if we know the stories in their self, then we know. How could the European teach us in school? How could they teach us in school that we all came from cavemen? But now they go through science and they see that the Neanderthal man has no genetical connection to the African, the Abyssinian, the Moor. When we go to this stage,
The Neanderthal has the African genetics because it comes out of black, but the African does not have the Neanderthal as its beginning or mitochondria haplogroup.
So only the African, which is an older genetics than the caveman, than the Neanderthal. So in our history, they teach us that we all come from that. But actually, Africa has an older genetical DNA than the Neanderthal. But yet the Neanderthal has an African genetics, but yet it's not the beginning of the African. It's a mutated form of it. So when we overstand that, then we know this is where they divide time on us. This is where the trickery for the history of overstanding how we get to a certain component. Because we jump from this stage right here. If you go by most religions, you go straight to Adam, and then you go to Abraham, and you're gone into this whole paradox. And it's like, what's going on? Why is this happening? What is the slaughter of the kings? What is going on? What created this reality? So we overstand that Africa has an older genetics than the Neanderthal, to make that a clarity. Give thanks.
Then we must understand two things: that after the meteorite shower and those that came out of the cave, they were a different genetical structure. They were the mutant. So now when those that were in the underground cities came forth out of the underground cities to rebuild the earth after the dust cloud had cleared from over the earth from the meteorite showers and the volcanic ash, there was an ice age. And as the sun came out, the ice began to melt, causing the great flood all over the earth. This is why the flood stories are everywhere. And then the flood stories continue because the ice is still melting in different places. So now as those that come forth from the underground cities begin to build the temples, now Europeans say now these people who built Sumer, who built the pyramids, who built the Sphinx, it does not add up to the time period of the Neanderthal who was on all fours and did not have the basic instinct to build. So they're saying that this could not be no more than an alien, but this was not an alien. This was the original divine being on earth, the indigene, the indigenous man, who was still operating with his third eye, the cosmic vision, understanding the measurements of the universe, understanding the science of matter and astronomical energy. So now this explains that when they come out of the underground earth and we travel up from Kemet, from Abyssinia or the Kushite valleys of Ethiopia all the way up to Sumer, we begin to build. And then the bloodline is set up in Sumer, the Chaldean area, and they are called the Sebek dynasty, the Dragon dynasty. But to many they are called Sumerians, the black-headed ones. But they were children of Enki and Enlil. But Enki and Enlil were children of Anu. But Anu is the city of Kemet Heliopolis. But Anu meant the Most High. But we find out that Anu goes all the way down into the Ethiopian or the Kushite valleys, which also went to the lands of Japan. So the children of Sumeria were children of the same Kushite bloodline, which takes us to the stories of Genesis, understanding that this Kushite bloodline was the Nimrod. The Nimrod was the Akkadian, but Nimrod was of Kush. So we know that the Sumerians were of the same bloodline as the original Ethiopians or Kushites or Abyssinians more. So as we began to build and travel, we found these mutants on all fours in the Caucasus Asian mountain area. And as we found them, we knew that those were our descendants or our bloodline that had mutated due to the fall. So this was the fallen angel story. But there were two fallen angel stories because I and I first entered into this plane as angelical forces entering into the physical. So the confusion of understanding the angelical fallen stories is because there is a polarity. There is the fallen story which is not negative but manifesting into the physical plane. Then there is the fallen story of the creation of the mutant. that came out of the lower genetical seed. But when we found the mutant, the caveman, we decided that we would not kill them, but we would try to regenerate them. For the regenerative process was to get them to operate back in their genetical original structure. This becomes the war between Enki and Enlil. For one group of the divine bloodline said that we should destroy them, for they will only bring bloodshed to the earth, for they were already operating as savages, mutants, vampires, operating like werewolves. So this is where your werewolf vampire stories come from. So the war between Enkidu and Enlil is one decides that he will give them the tree of life, lead them to the tree of life, save them from destruction, and try to convince them to regenerate. For as the ancient African proverbs is, you cannot kill something, for it is eternal. You can only defeat that which is falsehood with truth. So to just murder and kill it was not to defeat it, for it was a reality that we had created that we must defeat in truth. So our ancestors, the ancient ones, knew that this was an eternal cosmic battle that we had entered into. And this eternal cosmic battle is an inner battle within I and I self. So when we decided that we would regenerate them, the bloodline became divided, and this became the war amongst the indigenous. So this is why before even the European came out of the caves completely, there's a history of war between the indigenous people who were all supposedly at that point in time supposed to be one, but they were in battle at that point in time over the destruction of the lower mutant or keeping the lower mutant for regeneration. As I and I decided to regenerate them through the process of birth, we first had the sons of the gods enter into the daughters of man, which is the god bloodlines, depositing their seed into the fallen or into the mutant females. But this did not create a true connection or a regenerative genetical structure. This only created an upright mutant. For the male seed does not carry the mitochondria DNA, so we could not repair their bloodline. They had to be born again through the wound of the black goddess. So that point of time, we had to take the male seed and deposit it into the female, into the divine bloodline. That way then we could give birth to them through our mitochondria DNA, which is the blueprint, the master blueprint of the 144. And at this point of time, the generative process of the mutant on the planet began. And then we started the breeding process. This is also where the Yaqub story for the Nation of Islam, the creation of the white man in a laboratory, came from. Now, as we started the process of regenerative and the mutant became a more upright being and learned the lessons, the mutant still having very savage ways, was not patient. The mutant wanted the master builder's pay. So the mutant decided that they would attack the master builder and try to get the master builder's word so that they could receive the master builder's pay. The word became flesh, and the word is flesh, and the word was with God. When the mutants attacked, they first hit the land of Sumer, and they grabbed the female, the woman, seeking to be able to take part in the throne of the gods through the female. But we told them that this is not the way. It is a spiritual regenerative process. And if they are patient and go through the process, they can be regenerated. But the mutant did not understand this due to his savage nature. So they attacked and they captured the woman, creating the first stage of the mixed breed in the land of Sumer, or in the Mesopotamian Asiatic area, changing the dimensions of what we would call skin race on the planet. For at this point of time, there was only the indigenous being and the mutant. And as this process of capturing and interbreeding began, massive interbreeding began. But the original bloodline that was in Sumer or Sebek fled down from Sumer or the Chaldea area. This would be your stories of Abraham, Ab-Ram, Father Ram. It is a code in the scripture of Ram, of the Amun, or of the hidden ones. Amun being the ram or the Kemetic symbol for the great god, Amun Ra, or the sun. But the dynasty that was carrying also the Amun was the Sebek dynasty, or the 12th dynasty up to the 4th that was in the Sumer area that fled down. So Bek Nefru is the key here, for she is called princess, which is where the name Sarah came from. For the male bloodline is only a symbology of the lineage. The female is the true key factor. That's how come we have the name Abram or Ram. We also have Amram, for as the Quran said, Allah placed the nation of Amram above all nations. Then you have Hiram. As we go from the Abraham story in Sebek Nefru, fleeing down from the Chaldea area, fleeing back down to Kemet. This is the story of Hurarians chasing the Sebek dynasty, or the Hurarians who later on become Hyksos. And these Hyksos are the ones who then eventually invade Kemet. So what happens for us to understand the falsehood of religious stories, or the code that is hidden in the religious stories, the Abraham story or the Abraham lineage coming down to Jacob would represent the Sebek or the dragon dynasties. But these are Kushite, Kemetic, Abyssinian dynasties that was one family spread out over the world. That's why it is important for us to read the books such as The Wonderful Kushite Empire by Drusilla Houston, showing our ancestors were the temple builders.
Now that is a lot of information that was given there. And we're going to go a little further, because the book, The Wonderful Ethiopian Kushite Empire, was mentioned here. And we want to give honors to our honorable sister, Drusilla Dungy Houston. This book was published in 1920s. But look, 1876 to 1941. She was a remarkable and amazing woman. She spoke on everything to the Atlantis period and so forth, in a time where Europeans did not want to acknowledge who we were. Trying to think of one story here. Yeah, we're gonna read this, because sometimes we think it's common knowledge and then it's not. Can I get a reader? Can I get a reader?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Negusa Salam. Abakadus Kadamawi Haile Selassie. Let the words of I and I mouth and the meditation of our heart be clear to each and everybody. The minds of men today are stirred with eager questionings about the origin of civilization and about the part the different races of mankind played in its development from primitive ages. The remains that archaeologists are uncovering in Egypt, Old Babylonia, and South America reveal that there were significant factors in the first development of the arts and sciences that history has failed to make clear. Scientists are busy today studying the types of those old civilizations and comparing them with those of the present. Our modern systems do not function for the masses to give them development and happiness as did some of the ancient cultures. Books upon the early life of man are very hard to secure. Few have been written that are authentic because it requires technical skill to assemble and condense such matter. Exhaustive research work is necessary to secure this kind of information, with only a line here and there in modern books to help the reader to reach definite conclusions. Only the trained mind holds a multitude of details and possesses the ability to impartially weigh and classify the facts that prove the influence of the races upon the civilization of today. The quest for the innumerable and startling facts of the succeeding volumes arose, much as did the motive of Schliemann to seek the buried ruins of Troy, from the oft-repeated expression found by the authors in research work that what the ancients said about the Ethiopians was fabulous. Curiosity was aroused to go back over the story of the ancients to agree or draw new conclusions. The finds were so astonishing that a vow was made to spend upon this study many years if necessary. Like the quest of the Holy Grail, the aim became sacred, for the trail led backwards into the heart of all that the world holds most precious and to the primal roots from which all culture sprang. At the first reading of an afternoon in the average public library would hardly reveal a line to the credit of the Ethiopian. Sometimes a 10-volume set of modern books might yield only a few paragraphs, but the vow and the richness of the finds, gleaming like diamonds, led the eager researcher on. The trail was followed into the dry, dusty books of the ancients, where the path widened and truth was revealed that will answer some of the baffling problems of civilization today. Here were missing links of the chain of culture vainly sought for elsewhere. Our story will deal with the ancient Kushite empire of Ethiopians that covered 3 continents and held unbroken sway for 3,000 years. We will visit old Ethiopia, where, as Herodotus said, the gods delighted to banquet with the pious inhabitants. We will study the land and the ancient race, the old race, will next win our attention, that Petri found in Egypt of distinct and unique culture, who were the people of the earlier and superior civilization of the first dynasties. Down through this prehistoric vista, we see happy Araby, with her brilliant primitive culture and her unrivaled literature of later days. On the screen flashes the rich and surpassing culture of old Chaldea, which belonged to the wonderful which belonged to the ancient Kushite empire of Ethiopians. Next comes veiled and mysterious India, the scene of charming story and magic fable with her subtle mysticism and philosophy. Tarrying a while with the conquest and life of the ancient Medes and Persians, the trail runs far afield into the dominions of Western Europe, and the striking questions array themselves demanding to be answered. Who were the Celts? Who were the Teutons? And what was the origin of the so-called Aryan race? The author was as much astounded as will be the reader as to what this study reveals. It leaves us wondering if there is any Aryan race. We learn in the study of the races of Western Europe to understand the hatreds of Europe that underlaid the World War, we learn that when the Celts and the Teuton called the Ethiopians of the New World uncle and auntie, they are using titles that are scientifically true. Our story passes on to another remnant of the ancient Kushite Empire, that baffling race, the Iberians, now represented by the Basques. Then to the Berbers of North Africa, another branch of the Kushite race. Some scientists have called them the descendants of the people of Atlantis. Next succeed the singular facts about the life of the mysterious Etruscans of old Italy, who were the teachers of the Romans. Then we follow the life and tragedy of the fleeting Pelasgians, who were the fountain out of which later Greek culture welled. They were the people of the legends of Greek mythology. It is almost impossible to find anything but scanty fragments in the world literature about any of these people of prehistoric days. But our text has compiled these fragments, so many of them, as to form fascinating chapters. Today, all these subjects remain unexplained mysteries in the average book. We dwell for a while on the marvels of the lost civilization of the Aegean and stop to study the Greece of Homer and the meaning of the Greek legends, all having direct relation to the ancient Kushites. Historic Greece in all her glory, but viewed from angles, passes before us with the older and superior civilization of Asia Minor, which has been almost entirely overlooked in modern literature. Next, we come to the fact that the Phoenicians called themselves Ethiopians and that the Hebrew writers gave them the same name. Then we reflect upon the strange relationship of the family of Kushite tongues to the so-called Indo-European group of languages. The trail leads us high to where we get a breathless view of the astounding Ethiopian religion, which gives us the answer to many strange and incomprehensible traits in the Ethiopian of today. Next follows a chapter on the wonderful Ethiopians who produced fadeless colors that have held their hues for thousands of years, who drilled through solid rock and were masters of many other lost arts, and who many scientists believe must have understood electricity, who made metal figures that could move and speak, and may have invented flying machines, for the flying horse Pegasus and the ram of the golden fleece may not have been mere fairy tales. Next, out of the forgotten wastes of the dark continent rise before us ancient African empires, representing other civilizations of the time of the Cretan age. Then across the screen comes the flashing ancient Kushite trade routes, which, contrary to our notion, were the medium by which rich and varied products were interchanged. In the chapter on ancient Kushite commerce, we follow the ships of these early, daring, and skillful seamen, who, before the dawn of history, had blazed out the ocean trails that the Phoenicians later followed. We find irrefutable evidence of the presence of these daring conquerors in the primitive lands, religion, and institutions of America. Next, out of the dim haze of far antiquity, rise the indistinct lines of Atlantis of old, the race that gave civilization to the world, the race that tamed the animals and gave us domestication of plants. The gods of the ancient world were the kings and queens of mystic Atlantis. The chapter The Gods of the Old makes plain that the deities of Greece and Rome were also the kings and queens of the ancient Kushite Empire of the Ethiopians, which was either the successor of the most famous branch of the Atlantic race. It was about these princes and heroes that all the wonderful mythology of ancients was woven. They were the deities that were worshipped in India, Chaldea, Egypt, and in Greece and Rome, which nations themselves must have been related to the race of Atlantis. That tradition said had been overwhelmed by the sea. Atlantis could not have been mythical, for her rulers were the subjects of the art and literature of all the primitive nations until the fall of paganism, long after the birth of Christ. Another division of Atlantis was transatlantic America, where the mysterious mound builders represent the ancient Kushite race. We study the peculiar culture and genius of the fierce Aztec, who acknowledged that he received the germs of civilization from the earlier Kushite inhabitants. We pass southward and examine the higher development of the wonderful Mayas of North America, whose ruins are attracting special study today, and we find there transplanted the Kushite arts of the ancient world. Next flash the pictures of the marvelous culture and arts of the Incas, superior to those of Western Europe in 1492. From America, the story turns to the Bronze and Iron Ages. We see the origin of the mysterious bronze implements of Western Europe found in the hands of seemingly barbarous people. We seek for the place and the race that could have given the world the art of welding iron. The trail reveals that the land of the Golden Fleece and the garden of the golden apples of Hesperides, but were centers of the ancient race. That's as Kushite Ethiopians extended themselves all over the world. These are subjects that have attracted the study of world scholarship. They represent not mere myths, but are all that vast ages have left to us of events of primitive race history. Kushite art and the heart of the African answer many questions of our hearts about Ethiopians. The series closes with a comparison of ancient culture with modern forms. The intelligence of the Kushite, his original genius, is held up beside the decadence of the true ideals in the art and literature of the present. The revolt of civilization and the dawn of a new world voice the concern of the thoughtful over the present-day culture. We are sending forth this information because so few men today understand the primitive forces that are the root of modern culture. So superficial and prejudiced has been the most modern research that many important accepted theories of universal history have no actual basis in fact. The average modern historical book contradicts what the ancients said about the nations that preceded them. We cannot solve the stupendous problems that the world faces until we can read aright the riddle of the evolution of the races. Uninformed men make unsafe leaders. That is the primal cause for so many errors of judgment in the state and national councils. We look upon them not as statesmen, but as promoters of petty politics, for out of their deliberations spring no alleviation of the woes of the world. It is this lack of understanding in leadership that the world suffers most today. We could discriminate between the true and false in our civilization if we knew more about primitive culture. The way by which the first man climbed must ever be the human way. Racial prejudices are the greatest menace to the world progress. Classes clash because the wealth of the world concentrates more and more in the hands of a few. The tragedy of human misery increases. The increase of defectives, the growing artificiality of modern living compels us to seek and blazon forth the knowledge of the true origin of culture and the fundamental principles that through the ages have been the basis of true progress. Only by this wisdom shall we know how to live human life today. In most modern books, there seems to be preconcerted understanding to calumniate and discuss the world with abominable pictures of the ruined Ethiopian, ruined by the African slave trade of 400 years. There seems to be a worldwide conspiracy in literature to conceal the facts that this book unfolds. Because of this suppression of truth, world crimes have been easily made possible against the Ethiopian. These people are held in low estimation because truth is hidden, which proves that today, though more favored races are at the apex of human accomplishment, yet in the earlier ages, the wheel of destiny carried upward those who now seem hopelessly under. To wipe away the black stain of the slave trade, modern literature has represented the slave trader as having trafficked in depraved human beings. Today, the lower types of the Aryan race look upon themselves as creatures only fit for political and economic spoliation, to fill the coffers of the colonial renegade who could not succeed at home. This type of the world finds it easy. This type of the world finds it easy to stifle the life of ruined and defenseless races. This spoliation of the weak returned in a counterstroke from which it was impossible to escape in the World War. Belgium re-aped in identical measure and kind what this type had meted out to the defenseless people of the Congo. Nations must reap what they sow. This is not the nature or intention of the better men of the civilized nations, but we are informed about alien peoples. We are now narrow and provincial in our views. The hatred of the races springs out of misunderstanding. The men of the world who have traveled and read and thought upon ethnological problems are the men who have the cultivated instincts of human brotherhood. Shall England, France, Germany, America suffer further because we have not taught the uniformed of the nations that we must pay a still heavier toll for a continued measure of injustice to weaker peoples? Innocent must suffer with the guilty, for it is in our power to inform and curb the power of the selfish. The questions loom large in the minds of thinking men today. Sorry?
It's me.
What's that, Russ?
Your sound had dropped for about 10 seconds.
Okay. Is it back now?
Yeah, it's back. Innocent.
Okay. Yes, sir. The question looms large in the minds of thinking men today, whether Ethiopians are worthy of equal opportunity. Let us settle forever out of time's irrefutable evidence, whether it gave him the chance. The Ethiopian would treat us as we have treated him. There need be no conjecturing, for the archives of the past hold the facts. The history of the Kushite Ethiopians down through the ages is one of the most thrilling as well as tragic of all time's age-old stories. It is almost incredible that its rich treasure for developing our understanding has so long remained veiled. The Ethiopian is a great race, probably the oldest. It is a race that does not die out under adversity. Whether other races are sullen or despairing and turn to self-destruction, these people cheerfully press on. When they think the way is blocked, they turn aside to pick flowers along the pathway of pleasure. We hear the happy voices in the cotton field. They can be the life of the carnival, their zealous fervor in the camp meeting, and the swing song on the marching black regiment of the World War, and the stevedore regiments in peace, show these people as they employ themselves, patiently waiting for bars to progress to rot down. If nothing else will remove them. Then again, they take up the steady march onwards that has been what has been the wonderful element of their history on down through the ages. We need our eyes open, this type that we in ignorance despise, built the eternal pyramids of Egypt and laid the foundation of the civilization of the historic ages. Because the slave trade broke the threads of remembrance, they walk among us with bowed heads, themselves ignorant of the fact that this story unfolds. Lift up your heads, discouraged and downtrodden Ethiopians. Listen to this marvelous story told of your ancestors who wrought mightily for mankind and built the foundations of civilization, true and square in the days of old. Awake, ye sleeping Aryans. Become aware of the acute need of the world today of this enchained energy and ability. The absence of this power is the cause of many a breakdown in modern civilization. Out of our own accepted sciences, the chapters of this book prove this Kushite race to have been the fountainhead of civilization. If you desire truth, if you desire to be fair-minded, to be educated in vital knowledge and not possessed by the average college student, if you desire to be an authority upon the life of the ancients, go down with me as archaeology, ethnology, geology, and philology disclose, not in a dry and tedious way, but through the unfolding of this, the most intensely interesting and startling drama of the ages. The Kushite race, its institutions, customs, laws, and ideals were the foundation upon which our modern culture was laid. Let this not stir the pride of this modern Kushite, modern Kushite, but rather inspire him to be a greater consecration to the high idealism that made the masteries of olden days. Knowledge of the primal strength and weakness of each world group must be possessed by world leadership, or we shall still go further astray. Without this knowledge, international councils cannot intelligently assign each race to its rightful place in the consumption of God's plan of the ages. Without this truth, the nations cannot put over their programs. The World War proved that we have no international stability. The world's securities and diplomatic relations are propped. Because the real story of mankind is not part of our general knowledge, we are discounting facts as most needed to secure world balance. There can be no more needed contribution to civilization than to gather from the archives of the past and present-day science all the truth about the origin of culture. Only thus will we know how to develop better men today. If we knew just what contribution each race had made to art, science, and religion, we would know what would be its fitness to take part in the world government and control. Had the influence of a race been creative or destructive throughout the ages, that should point plainly to the part they would be likely to play today. Because we are without this knowledge, we cannot read or write the past or present history of civilization. Modern crimes of injustice towards weaker peoples have been made easy by this suppression of truth. It has been popular and remunerative to write and speak on the side of prejudice. A better spirit is rising in the world. Men are eager for information, for the truth. Through the teaching of sociology, the most popular and crowded classes of our great universities, in a scientific way, man is beginning to see the need of a realization of our common brotherhood and to reach out to solve unmastered problems and unfulfilled duties. Many problems are an international consternation because they are too gigantic for the handling of any one world group. Civilization was appalled at its helplessness in the World War. The leading nations faced annihilation, yet were unable to walk out of the trap until the flower of European manhood had perished. The noblest offered themselves for that sacrifice. The more selfish remained at home. The world may never be capable of calculating its artistic and moral loss. We see the difference in crime and the debauchery breaking down the culture of today. Unless we can rouse men to truth and united effort, there is no hope for our civilization, which is tottering and must fall. Injustice, to that divine leading that piloted this search of a decade over trails that otherwise might not have been found in a lifetime, in tribute to the pluck and consecration to a purpose, to add the light of truth that has gathered such an avalanche of testimony from authoritative sources. We speak of this work which has taken all those spare moments that are our right to spend in leisure, that a frail, unflagging spirit might make possible the marvelous story, as strange as any old fairy tale. Yet, by the light of our accepted science is true, Oh, sorry, let me put that in context. Yes, that a frail and unflagging spirit might make possible this marvelous story as strange as any olden fairy tale, yet by the light of our accepted science is true. We lift the veil lightly, lest the careless skim over these pages carelessly, little recking what they have cost. Often, when limbs and weary brain have cried out in protest, the searcher pressed on, seeing fully the power in this truth, if patiently, carefully gathered, to lift the men of all races to a clearer comprehension of the contribution of each race to all that we prize in civilization, and to stir within us the determination to lift and bear aloft the torch lit in primitive ages by a race today despised and misunderstood. The average book has its dozen helpers and advisors. This work has been done in hermitage, the hermitage of a life submerged in service. Humbly, reverently, this truth is offered in love to all races. 10 years more may be devoted to its final setting, but the facts embedded in these pages are too important to be longer withheld. The author, Drusilla Dungy Houston. Yes, sir.
Yes, I. Yes, I. Powerful, powerful. Our sister was very powerful. Her vision at that time was very powerful. The words that she spoke in 1926 were later also words that we find embedded in our Constitution to disseminate ancient Ethiopian culture, knowledge, to build the brotherhood of man. Yes. And to show our greatness is to increase our love for self. That's the only way we can move in love. That's the only way we won't despise our brother or sister because of religion, because now we see the embodiment of all religions is embedded in an ancient truth.
Russ, can I say something?
Yes, I'm about to open the floor now. The floor is open.
Yes, Russ. I had that book when I first began my research. I found that book in a second-hand store. That Wonderful Ethiopians. Yeah, it was a great book. But what I did find very startling was the fact that the criticism that that book was given by alleged scholars or the alleged scholarly system, where they were saying that she's got no footnote, she hasn't got any, this is false history. That I've read that it was false history because she didn't have any references to, how they write, in sort of university settings where they have give footnotes and references to where they gain the information from, because that book doesn't actually possess that. It was given that was why it was relegated, even though it's a masterpiece. It was relegated like to the rubbish bin of the academia. I'd just like to say that, Russ. Yeah, give thanks. And just, I don't know if I can, I would just like to just say some words of His Majesty, because I was, when I was reading that, I could actually remember a speech of His Majesty, and it's related also, to the United Nations and the international political and geopolitical situation that is going on now, because as her words there are timeless and are so relevant to today, so is His Majesty's work. And this was from one of his speeches.
Yes, sir.
And he says this, he says, what course of action should the small nations pursue vis-a-vis the prevailing constitutional framework of the United Nations Organization and the existing international situation. Small nations ought to refrain from making themselves tools for igniting friction between the great powers. Receiving development aid and other forms of foreign assistance should not be conditional or should not be conditioned by obligations to take sides. In order to achieve this goal, they must not only adhere to a policy of political non-alignment, but they should also oppose and prescribe consistently all small conflicts brought about by the prevailing international Cold War. At a time when he's talking about his royal we himself, at a time when we are striving hard to halt the arms race, we, himself, Kadamari Haile Selassie, are convinced that a nuclear war would devastate the whole world. However, we must work together. That's not the royal we now. Now he's talking to everybody. However, we must work together for the ending of the little wars which are consuming the energies of the small nations and decimating our people. Listen to this now. The untenable doctrine of racial supremacy being a threat to the maintenance of international peace and security, as well as a serious setback for establishing a salubrious atmosphere of understanding and cooperation in the world, we must work together against the philosophy of racism. It does continue, but I'll finish it there, Russ. Yes, it's so important and it's so relevant to the situation that we have today. It's timeless. Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And her words in explaining the truth of the Cushite Ethiopian and expressing how it established civilization in over 3 continents, from Africa to the Americas, is a grandiose key to finding a healing balm to the wounds of separation and building the collective security His Imperial Majesty envisioned us creating amongst the indigenous or the smaller nations of people, so that we in a collective position may stand together, not in alliance to any political allegiance that the neo-colonial policies have in place, but in alliance to our self-determination, our right to continuity, to the law of continuity, and to establishing our customary and international customary laws as our standing in law again, as a people who are now redeemed from the papal bull, who are not lost at sea, but who have been claimed by the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, the elect of Himself, and light unto this world, His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. The floor is open. Drusilla Houston gave us a lot to think about. She even spoke about the Celts and the Teutons. So this is the original lineage in what we would call Europe. When we go deeper into this, we're going to go back to the Cam and the Aram story. And then we're going to think about the division that was created and what happened and what is going on, so that we, from our story, can now be directors of world affairs, not lost in the matrix or the illusion that has been fed to us to keep racial superiority, white racism, white superiority in place as the dominant rulers of the world, but to restore the world to the oneness and the understanding of our true divine connection. Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Floor is open. The floor is open. What did Drusilla Houston's book spark in your mind? Um, what do you feel about the words being said that teaching of our story, our history, disseminating the ancient Ethiopian Kushite knowledge will help bring a healing to the planet? Give thanks. Anyone. Doors open.
Sister Cheryl, she's got her hand up.
Yes, greetings to all. It's good to see our members gathered here in study. Thank you to Local 49 for having this study session on a weekly basis. I think, Drusilla's writing is relevant in these times, just like they were in the times that they were written. I think I heard the 1920s, and just really reconnecting our diasporan people to the ancient Ethiopian culture and Kushite culture. So I thought that was fascinating, very significant there. As far as what was just read, I believe by Rasifa, with regards to His Imperial Majesty's words, I thought it was interesting that he spoke about the small wars and the danger and the hazards of these small wars with regards to them being a threat to the survival and the progress of our people. So I'm very grateful that Rasifa chose to read those words from His Imperial Majesty so we can kind of reflect on and appreciate and identify when these types of hazardous small wars are started, that they'll be extinguished as soon as they start, as we move forward in a unified fashion as one federation. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor is open. Floor is open. Drusilla Houston, the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, expanding over 3 continents. What did it spark in your mind? What do you feel now that one of the political agendas going on is to remove our history, our story? Thereby, if that's removed, can there be healing? Can the balance be brought? Um, what is the countermeasure that we see in such a fact? The floor is open. The floor is open.
All right, give thanks. I want to first and foremost say thank you for such important information. I learned a lot. My God, the last 2 3 hours, it's a lot for me to study, especially the ancient ways of Ethiopia. A lot of stuff that I wasn't privy to. So I want to give thanks a lot for uh, reading a lot of documents as far as videos are concerned. These are things that I took some notes. I'm going to do some study on my own time as well. But I want to say sincerely thank you again for having this platform, particularly, and to have others know about the true Kemetic history of what we are, especially as Black people, as origin, as Ethiopians. And I just want to say thanks.
Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. Anyone else? The floor is open. The floor is open. Drusilla Houston has given us an insight into the Kushite Ethiopian Empire, a guidance of our mind and how to educate our youth, a blueprint of what our youth should see as our story. So those that are educating the youth, doing programs, rites of passages, this is a wonderful book to get the youth to partake in reading in a collective manner. Show them our greatness, our story. Let them see, let them hear it. Let them read it. Let it be a daily subject for them. And watch as their minds return to that greatness of those who were pyramid builders, those who were mappers of developing civilization, creating great agricultural programs that fed nations and that had no cost. They say when they go and they search throughout all of the ancient kingdoms of Kemet and the ancient kingdoms, guess what they don't find? Does anybody know what they don't find? When they dig and they search, they find everything: hospitals, they find marketplaces, they find the temples, they find housing units, they find the royal housing units, they find everything. But guess what? They never find that is one of the biggest components of our society today.
Jail
Right.
cell.
I
Jail
heard.
cell.
Go ahead. Say it.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Jail cell.
Yes, I. They don't find no prisons. They don't find the jails.
Wow.
What did our societies hold? That they did not have to have prisons. So, what we think about for our youth and what it brings into them, we have to think that our ancestors, before they were interrupted in their oneness, in their ma'at, and their balance with nature and society, what did their ways and culture actually provide to us?
It's
So,
justice, Russ. It's
yes,
justice. That's
yes,
the word, justice.
yes, yes. So, giving our youth their story, our story, the Cushite Ethiopian story, the truth that what we gave to civilization is civilization. The mathematics, the science, the medicine, the religions, so that the youth may find a pride. See, now you are developing a genetical purpose in them, a restoration to their greatness, so that they may strive now in the fulfillment of that birthright. Our youth right now, what do they claim as their birthright? Huh?
The neighborhood.
The hood, the hustle, the street, the bag, gang, gang. Why? Because we have left the defining of their purpose, of their reality, of their birthright to others. The disseminating of this ancient Ethiopian culture and knowledge is to save ourselves from annihilation. It's that important. The old people in the Gullah Geechee area, they say, boy, when they tell you about driving or doing anything, they say, boy, where the head go, the body will follow. Where the head go, the body will follow. His Imperial Majesty stressed the importance of education. Now they have an alliance to upholding and grabbing hold of this charter. They say, how are you going to reach the youth? Well, acknowledge what they're searching for. Acknowledge what they're grabbing hold of. How do you counter it without attacking them? How do you counter it without putting them on defense? See, how do you make them, well, not make them, how do you bring them to the reception component? It's education. It's education. And as we educate them to our story, then they will say, who is this King of Kings, this emperor? So now we enter into where, as we close, not the religious component, because this is our whole discussion today, is not the religious component, but a living reality. Not have faith in this and hope this comes, but an overstanding of what is, you know. So now we speak from what is, you know. Our youth know we don't speak from authority. Our youth know we don't speak from authority. We speak from compliance of fight or flight, of survival. Anyone want to comment on that right there before I go any further right there? I'm going to stop right there first because we're going into this last segment. And this is the psychology, the sociology of why we deem this information important, and what is the social structure that it should be implementing in our world. So,
Enrico has his hand up, Russ.
yes, go ahead, come forward for me. I can't see the hands because I don't have it up, but okay, I see you. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Greetings. Uh, so it's personal experience now. Um, when I entered into this knowledge over a decade ago, um, I've been researching it all the while, more or less on a daily basis. And what I've understood is that it gave me a sense of belonging, a sense of identity, a sense that I understood that I didn't just come from slaves. Um, that was a kind of boost of self-esteem, but that can only go so far. You still got to pay the bills. You still got to, do certain things which the EWF starts to address, those economic concerns and those other concerns, organizational and so on. However, for someone who's considering what social system can be implemented, it would have to be via means of initiation, either initiation through rite of passage or initiation through, if it's too late for rite of passage, some form of program that lets you have either a slow, fast, depending on what your capacity is, bandwidth is, process into that knowledge, right? But the main issue you're going to have with someone who, like me, was, more or less in a Malcolm X situation but I wasn't in a Malcolm X situation, let's just put it that way. Even those people who do come from that kind of home, usually they have actually quite a stable family that they came from. It just happened that Malcolm X had a tragic situation with his family. But if you look at his family structure, it was actually, you know, a nuclear family, kind of westernized in many ways. And it was a good family that he came from. Like the social status of his father, if you look at the time period he's in, wasn't that of an uneducated person and so on. So it's and then his mother, you know, having a lot of the burden after that, passing. And so when you really think about it, a lot of the time what you find is that people who are drawn to like sort of uh, knowledge and who can sustain it are actually not actually as underprivileged like I was or disadvantaged as I was. They usually you could quote unquote call them middle class. The ones that can sustain it are middle class because they don't have to think about their basic necessities. They're not as close to it. This is just from my personal experience. I haven't done in-depth research on this from my personal experience, so you take it with a pinch of salt. This is my personal experience over say over a decade, and so what? And I saw this at university as well. Like people who were involved in these networks, you know, they're very, you know, militant so-called. Then they enter into the workforce, and then they become less outspoken about it, but they're still, you know, active on social media. But what you'll find is the people that I said come from the background that I'm coming from, precarious people. You won't hold them, right? And they're going to misuse that information most likely, like I could have almost done, whereby you just focus on the power element of it, right? Without thinking about how to improve the character, which is like the most important part of it is improving the character and developing wholesome well-being so that you can interact with society in a wholesome way. And that benefits that participation and then benefits society and then benefits the individual. But what happens is because that precariat is so tied to their social economic predicament, they can't see beyond it. It's too short termism, right? So EWF not providing the first thing they need to provide is protection. Not only provide protection in this day and age with like some sort of legal standing, right? Legal standing. So long as you have legal standing and you have courts, like EWF has a sort of court that is recognized by other people and so on. These kind of things. Once you have like a juridical kind of, you know, legal standing in the world, from that everything flows. So that's what I would say. Like you need a legal standing, you need a kind of initiation system, whether it be rite of passage you're too young, then some sort of initiation system for older persons, fast tracking for those who are more tuned, maybe a slower process track for those who are maybe need more time.
Well,
And
well,
yeah, that's what I was saying.
on that point right there is the first stage is education. The component is, let's just say, in our components, individuals could be approached by government officials, police officers, or whatever. If they're uneducated in the reality of their position, they still can't speak it. And then they won't speak it in a way that they don't waive their sovereign position. You know, so the first thing is building the construct of the mind of it's not a hypothetical reality. You know how like if you get with most of these entities, the Moors or them, not the real Moors, and I'm just saying that in a way. Um, you have a lot that are doing sovereignty uh, through a UCC process, and that's a hypothetical theory that they're dealing with. And so then the people are, you know, they're not all the way in. That's why the storylines have to be created with it. But in this aspect, we're speaking from a component of not a hypothetical theory, but the truth and historical reference in all lands of that Ethiopian Kushite Empire. And then when we acknowledge the constitutions of the Empire of Ethiopia, which His Imperial Majesty stood under,
and the truth that His Majesty is the Emperor of Ethiopia, we're not dealing with a hypothetical reality. Then, when we deal with the charter being issued by His Majesty, that's the first stages of our defense. Then, when we deal with our Juneteenth, which is June 15th, 1935, when His Majesty declared that he is the emperor of all of Africa and he is the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States, and that he was our last hope. Um, you know, that takes the ambiguity out of the positioning. So His Majesty makes the decree in 35. In 37, he ordains and charters the Constitution, thereby giving us that position as the diaspora representative government. So when we start that process, people have been traumatized, and through the constructs of racism, as we're speaking about tonight, white is right, and white is fear. And without true knowledge of yourself, sometimes it's hard to overcome the constructs that have been placed, those thought processes. So the first thing that we did was eliminate the construct of racism or of race. We know that in the society that we live in, every man and woman must return to their vine of victory, and we must strengthen ourselves at this time. And one of the things is we do counter their construct under those things. Now, when we speak about defense for ourselves, that is the first defense, is the mind that is able to speak from the knowledge and the truth of his defense. By saying the EWF has to do that is to say that the EWF, who is the EWF? What is it? It's a name, it's an entity, but the people are the EWF. So the people have to learn the defense for themselves. So that means first in educating themselves, understanding the constitutional positionings. Then when we get into constructs of law, it comes to not an illusion of, oh, I'm an EWF member, so I should be protected. No, then you have to study law. Means that you have official capacity and you have your individual capacity. So what are you operating in that you would need defense from? Because are you operating in an individual capacity or official capacity? If you say official capacity, that means that there's a committee that you've become a part of in the EWF, and now you're doing work in that committee, and you're doing the work as a part of that committee. That's an official capacity. You're operating in your official capacity. If you're stopped from being able to do your work or operate in your official capacity, that's when you have your privileges, exemptions, and immunities under a diplomatical position that would be argued on your behalf to, or you would have to also know to speak that on your behalf. So when you say defense, it is we have to educate ourselves. We have to become more than what they educated us for. So remember that there is no EWF without we, the Black peoples of the world. So each person, yourself and every one of us, have to educate ourselves to defend and protect the sovereignty of the Empire of Ethiopia, of we, the Black peoples of the world, to learn the language to counter the neo-colonialism or the neo-colonial structures that are still operating from the authority of the papal bull doctrine. These are processes and things that take time. Even as people have heard it for 2 to 3 years, when they're put on the spot to speak it, because it has not implemented into the mind as a natural identity, it becomes difficult because they're questioning it at the same time they're trying to speak it. So it takes a moment of educating ourselves and developing it as a natural instinct. And then from there, you operate from it. So that is a component and which we all have time to keep developing. You've taken one of the first steps, so you'll be receiving one of the best things for the defense because Sister Joy just came in. So your ID. So we always tell everyone become a member, um, obtain your EWF ID. That is one of the first stages of identifying who you are and protecting yourself under those banners of that charter that His Majesty has placed us under. So that is one of the keys there. The floor is open. Anyone else have any other questions?
Yes, Russ, it's not a question.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
It's not a question, but I would just like to bring in, excuse me, I've just eaten something and I've just finished that. I just want to bring in another speech of His Majesty concerning the law.
Yes, sir.
Because he's talking about nature's law. And he says, he's talking to his people, and he says he's talking about the progress of his this is a throne speech of 1965. And he says the developments have followed one after another pell-mell at an ever-increasing pace, for change is the law of life. The physical have been impressive, but even more impressive and equally, if not more important, have been the changes wrought in the mentality and psychology of the Ethiopian people. The physical phase of Ethiopia shall continue to change in the years ahead. Ethiopia's cities and towns shall continue to grow. Agriculture shall be modernized. Communications shall weld the nations ever closer. So too shall the future witness the introduction of ever more drastic, hear this word now, and revolutionary changes into the mental attitude and outlook of the people. New questions shall be raised. New questions shall be posed to our ancient, traditional, and customary habits of thoughts. Long-held conceptions and beliefs shall come under ever closer critical scrutiny and examination.
One moment. Chaplain, could you say that one more time, the whole speech? We want to get it nice and clear. Yes, sir.
You want me to say it again?
Yes, please.
Okay, King. Yes, sir. I'll start again. Nature's law. The developments have followed one after another pell-mell at an ever-increasing pace, for change is the law of life. The physical have been impressive, but even more impressive and equally, if not more important, have been the changes wrought in the mentality and psychology of the Ethiopian people. The physical phase of Ethiopia shall continue to change in the years ahead. Ethiopia's cities and towns shall continue to grow. Agriculture shall be modernized. Communication shall weld the nation ever closer. So too shall the future witness the introduction of ever more drastic and revolutionary changes into the mental attitude and outlook of the people. New questions shall be posed. New to our ancient, traditional, and customary habits of thoughts. Long-held conceptions and beliefs shall come under ever closer critical scrutiny and examination. Our response to these challenges will decide the future. That is what he said on that's on the law, and I added this to it because I just I found this is a different part of the speech, but I brought this forth. Any attempt to retard advancement to any single area will inevitably retard the development of the whole and create serious distortions in the overall fabric of the nations. To make our wills obedient to good influence and to avoid evil, therefore, is to show the greatest wisdom. Yes, sir, giving thanks. That's the end of it. But I found that so powerful because one, it's for the diaspora as the Ethiopian diaspora as well as the nation of Ethiopia, and in response to the long-held conception and beliefs shall come under ever closer critical scrutiny and examination. And what I find that is where we come in now with the Melchizedek, the time of Melchizedek, which is before the Abrahamic religion. This is where this is the crux and the fulcrum point of overstanding, which is going to give us as a people, will give us a difference in the establishment of the empire, because it is the Western interpretation of the religious Abrahamic religions, not only the Western, the Eastern as well, into the Muslim and the so-called Hebrew, who are not Hebrew, the so-called Jews who are not Jews, who claim they are Jews but they lie. They're the synagogue of Satan, as it says in Revelation chapter 3. So this critical scrutiny and examination of our long-held conceptions and beliefs is why that is what really made me draw out that speech. And because what this will give us as a family, as a people, from this new overstanding, we can actually create a curriculum of education built upon it, which will then be expressed through art and culture. But it's having the basis of the paradigm of the Kushite Empire, which is the science which we talk about, the science of the self, the science of the metaphysics, which controls the self. So this is where that is the key part. So I just find this speech very pertinent to this quest which I have as the Mahel Safari. Yes, I give thanks.
It seems like there's a lot of in the EWF and other such organizations. I'm not going to extend too far on this. You're afraid of challenge. Even when I try to speak, I've seen other people try to speak. You're afraid to be challenged. You just said what you said, but yet you're afraid to be challenged. Many people I've experienced in my life, because maybe for whatever reasons, are afraid of voices like mine. Because once I start speaking, you want to cut me. Here, there's so much that needs to be said, but so little time to be said. I will say this: it says, until the color of a man's skin is no more significant than the color of his eyes. You know who said that. So if that's already been said all that time back, then this whole black people's, all of that is an irrelevant
What's the
word.
last part of that speech?
Everywhere be war.
Oh, and why does it say that? Because of war.
Ultimately the point of,
The
from
last
my perspective,
speech, and if you don't want to be challenged, I'm now.
you ask me a question and I'm about to answer it. Otherwise, there's no point in asking me questions.
Give you it right back. What is the last part and the main component of that speech? What was the meaning of all of that was said? Tell me.
That's what I'm answering. And you see, as I'm trying to answer, you're still not letting me speak.
It's been commercialized into your mind, and
you're not letting me speak.
The speech. You're speaking on it, but I asked you what was the last ending component or the main point that His Majesty made at that speech.
And I already answered, and I'm trying to answer the question, and you're still speaking over me.
Go ahead.
And this is the point I'm making, which is you don't want to really hear me. and you attack instead of just
No, you
being, you
asked for
know,
that.
and
You
reason.
asked
You're
for
still
that, but
doing it.
there's no attack in the beginning, and I'm gonna let you know if you ask for that, that's what you're gonna get. But there was no attack in the beginning. We just moved on. You finished what you were saying. If you felt
No,
like more to say, but we're moving in a time essence. But go ahead and say what you have to say, but don't make an inclusion that you're being attacked. See,
this is how this is.
that's a schizophrenic mentality because it's
Now
not
you're telling me.
attack.
Just a quick question. What are the house rules about someone having the floor and just letting them speak? Is it more like a back and forth dialogue, or is there,
Yeah,
you
good
know, where
dialogue.
somebody's recognizing the floor? What are the house rules here? Because I just want to respect the house rules.
Right, we're dialoguing, but he just jumped in without calling to the chair. He started speaking, and then he spoke a negative, so he got the negative thing. Go ahead, speak, Enrico.
I didn't use any negative. I said what it felt like when I tried to speak. The person who spoke before me just jumped in. They didn't need to raise a hand or nothing. I just
No, they did say
hadn't finished speaking. See, now I'm talking about speaking instead of saying what I was going to say. I was saying that from my interpretation of that speech, it is that there's the whole idea of universal rights, universal citizenship even goes to, is an idea that goes beyond the black peoples of the world. Ultimately, the point I got from that, the lesson I learned from that was that because that hasn't materialized yet, the condition that we're in is a state of war because of that reality. So I
Yes.
understand the necessity for the EWF and the way that we operate at this time. However, what I'm saying is that and peoples that I know who are outside of the EWF are moving beyond into this age where being black is not important, it's not relevant. So I'm all I was trying to put forward to you guys, which is a positive message, not a negative one, not a schizophrenic one, which you've labeled it as. And I'm gonna cut out after this because I don't want to get into any negative sort of from a place that I'm supposed to be protecting you and you're supposed to be protecting the I, is that those people are moving on from identity or being racialized as black, right? Now they're moving on with other people and seemingly having a more fruitful outcome from that moving on because the physical element of battle or war isn't as pertinent in this day and time as it, I'm not saying everywhere in the world, but as it was in certain previous times. Now, what I'm saying is, do we have all I'm trying to, well, basically trying to relay is that perhaps we need a roadmap, a way whereby once this black identity or identitarianism or racializing people as black, once that becomes irrelevant in the world, how does the EWF evolve? So that those people that you're trying to educate, so-called we're saying educate from a young age into this knowledge, they don't have to feel like for the rest of their lives and for the rest of their children's lives, they're going to have to identify as black because from the eye's perspective, the way my mind's eye see in the future, I do not believe in 1,000 years people are going to still identify as black. That's just the way I've experienced and understood the situation.
Well,
Okay.
you're correct, and that's why we're talking about a law of continuity with the Kushite Ethiopian empire. But when we say that, if you listen with Ross Cipher had read with Drusilla Houston, the answer in the end was justice. Now, when we say justice is we did not create the racial dynamics. We did not create the racial biasnesses in the system. But as the generations to come witness to that reality, but they won't witness to it until we witness to it. The racial equality or the balance or the integrity that we seek as a people won't be witnessed to until we witness to it. So as that happens, then the others witness to it. They realize the things that are embedded within the system that created the racism, not us, that created the racism are irrelevant based on the true history of all people come from black.
So at that stage, it's not us that have put up the barriers or the constructs of the language being used. It is others. We always had an open border policy. That's how we were taken advantage of. At this stage, we're talking about a restoration of nation, a restoration of a people. So that requires an economic alliance embedded around the solidarity of building our own empowerment, because we've realized that the racial equality that we seek only also comes with the ability to be self-sufficient. It only comes with the abilities for true self-determination when we're able to define for ourselves. If we live in a society where people say, well, that won't be a part of no history discussion no more. But their discussion has already defined the world in which we live in, as George Washington and so forth. And without them, there would be no proper civilization in society. They saved mankind. So the dominance of their story still produces an unracial biasness. So as we are able to counter that in the mentality, and our generations and the generations after us are able to embody that, that becomes a normalcy in the minds of the other races around us. It becomes the normalcy in the textbooks and in the stories and the movies and the music. It becomes a normalcy again. And then it is erased from the minds of the people, not through war, but through natural transition as the knowledge changes. Remember, people can only love you based on the depths of their knowledge. That's why mama's got a good love, but grandmama's got another type of love. And everybody loves you based on the knowledge that they hold. So when you're talking about a stage of racial equality in which the world would live in love, it develops from the knowledge in which they hold. That becomes the wisdom or the application of the knowledge. So that is wisdom and knowledge and wisdom coming together, which is 1 and 2, a 12, which is love. So that's when you have that which you're searching for. It is a process, but the process begins with the seed of cultivation. So we cultivate it in ourselves as we drop those seeds within our culture, re-identifying ourselves. It becomes a normacy to the minds of others around us. We have identified ourselves as slaves. We have identified ourselves as people who have been broken down to, we would have been still savages with bones in our nose had not they taken us in slavery. So our mindsets reflect that. Our cultural reality, meaning we're so happy to get anything. That means that's why ghetto reality can appease our being, can appease our desires, because we've been broken down to have no value. So when we return that value to the youth, we save them from the streets. That's the defense. That's the works. So it takes a collective body to build that. You know, they talk about the 1/3 factor to changing a population. So we have to operate in the principles of science of developing a strength, a solidarity, and knowing what we're working for and what it will intriguingly formulate in the minds of others, creating that wave, that frequency, that change, from them controlling the powers of the air. Yes, sir.
Sorry, sorry, brother. I need to get this point across, which is that certain ones on ones. I don't know who lives in England here, but I'm, born and raised English, yeah, like England, son. I'm saying to you is that people already live like that. I don't envision a world where we're living in the harmony just because racial equality comes. But if racial equality comes, which has already happened for certain ones on ones, certain people out here, if that comes for the collective that we're talking about, which is why I'm part of EWF, I'm not here because I couldn't get racial equality for myself. The more I associate myself with people who are associated with EWF, like when I went university, the more I associate with certain people, is the more got attacked. The less I associated with them and I went on this I don't see color and whatever pathway, is the more I got attacked, the more I went to I don't see color and all of that pathway and just left and did my own thing, is the less I got attacked. Do you understand? One of the main reasons I get attacked in my life is because I identify with blackness. I identify with a black consciousness.
Who
Do you
create?
understand? So so what I'm saying to you is that people already distancing themselves from that. their lives are getting better. They're getting paid. They're, you know, you understand? So it's like all those other evils, they're still going to exist after racial equality. Racial equality for some people is here, but for the collective, which is what the deeper understanding or understanding I got from going to university, is not there for the collective. It's just there for certain people who have managed to, you know, navigate the system so much because of their family status, because of so and so on, class analysis of it, whatever, whatever, that they've then been able to mobilize and have a social mobility beyond. But that larger collective, especially on a global level of quote unquote black peoples, has not been a material uplifting of such peoples. So I decided, look, I'm going to make a decision. I did it over a decade. I'm not going to just walk my way. You understand? And I lost my health for it. I lost a lot of things for this. And I'm sitting here, no protection, no this, that. And I'm being told, you know what, yeah, you know, you're responding schizophrenic. There's a lot of reason why I respond the way I do is because there's a lot of, you know, shutting down. There's a lot of
What
things
happened?
that I don't see I don't see the
What
EWF
what happened?
facing up to
Hold
within
up,
its own. You still
Enrico,
let me
hold up.
please. We
Please
still
tell
use
the story. What
please,
happened
please, please.
when
We
you joined
still use old language like the N word. You don't understand the cultural relevance of that in England. It's ask anyone from England. They do not. We don't use that language. Yet you're using it, and then
Well,
you're giving justification
one
for it.
moment, Enrico.
Yeah,
One,
to the chat.
Yeah.
one,
Enrico, what happened to you
one
since?
moment. One minute. One moment. All right. All right, Minister Laws, go ahead.
Yeah, Enrico, what happened to you since you joined the EWF? You said since you started these things, you've been attacked.
Brother, I've been followed by gangs of people, a collective harassment. Do you understand? Yes,
'Cause
I outwardly look like someone who could be identified as Rasta, but at the end of the day, yeah, what I don't see, like I don't think is really understood, is just how significant it is to in this time, not 10 to 15 years ago. Remember, you know, we're in 2025, we're not in 2010. People take this extremely seriously, right? So they even have a mentality of it. They say, oh, it's 2025 now. They have it's a kind of double-edged sword because they themselves know that certain things perpetuate, but people take it seriously. They take New Year's resolutions, even though they may not actually act upon it, they still talk about it, which means they take it on some level seriously. What I'm trying to say to you is time is serious. You yourself, we have only limited time to speak, right? So what I'm saying to you is my experiences have come about, a lot of these negative experiences, because I'm identifying as black. I'm identifying with people who identify as black, going towards EWF, going towards, for example, it's called the Mart Center. It's in Tottenham. Other such the Harambe OBU, you know, with Dr. Kahinda Andrews, connecting with people like that, persons like that, right? Even just speaking to them or being in their presence or being seen to be in their presence and conversing in a positive way with them, um, is a target on my back. And I made that conscious decision to do it because I knew that, you know what, yeah, what am I going to do? I didn't want to be someone who sold out to a system that I know fundamentally in England hates me. Fundamentally, right? I didn't want to sell out to that. But at the same time, I don't want to be part of a movement where we're so sort of detached from each other because we are a diaspora that we can't empathize enough with other people's realities, especially this US dominated movement. It's a US dominated movement. The Black consciousness movement is largely I mean, if we look at it from Black consciousness, then we could say that it comes from like sort of South Africa and the apartheid. But if you look at that Black Power movement overall, it's US dominated. It's the voice of US people
Well,
mainly.
Enrico, I just want to make sure we don't go off on a tangent. What was
Brother, it's not a tangent. That's exactly what the point I'm making, which is
I'm
US dominated.
asking,
You're still doing it, man. You're still doing it.
yes, because that's what we do when we gather.
But anyway, brother. Look,
So
I'll leave it.
the question
Yeah.
was, I just wanted to relay in your point. Just relay in your point with this, brother.
What I've been experiencing, what
Give
kind
that.
of
Thank you
attacks have
very
I been
much.
experiencing? I answered those questions.
Balance.
Well, I get your point, but Ross Cipher, he's in the same area as you. Empress Joy is in the same area as you. So if they felt that it didn't reflect their reality, you could talk to them on what you're experiencing, and then they can explain to you what they do there based on what they're experiencing, so that you can find a balance, and how they deal with it might help you how you deal with it. That would be best. To move further, as we said, we're beginning with the sociology, the psychology of it. And as we start to look at that as a component, and then we think about even the things that Enrico was saying, um, the paradigms are shifting, but have they shifted? I do and take part in some NFT festivals and events, and a lot of people's minds are on decentralization. And so when they speak about decentralization, they understand that the system has an eroding effect on our lives. And so many people enter into the NFT areas and so forth in the crypto area under decentralization. And it would seem like we all have the same minds, and we're all working for a same goal. So many of you, if you've taken part in the studies of decentralization, it may make it seem as though there is a view for a new world. But is that actually the aspects of what's going on?
Brady Russ?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Russ, but Sister Cheryl has had her hand up for a good while, and Sister Joy, I believe that is as well, has got her hand up. So can we move on with and bring them into the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
into
sir.
the fold? Give thanks, yes, sir.
President Cheryl, please come forward.
Yes. Let's turn my camera off. It's dark. Yeah, thank you so much, Rasifa, for recognizing me and that I've had my hand up. But in listening to going back to the actual reading of His Imperial Majesty's words, that took place most recently, I really enjoyed the perspective, and you know, he was basically preparing the Ethiopian people for modernization. When I hear that speech, as far as I don't have the exact words, but basically letting go of some of the things of the past that were comfortable or traditional, in order to embrace what is new. I think he was preparing and prepare for the criticism as well. When you have Ethiopia embracing modernization and embracing global travel and embracing interaction with other monarchs, other world leaders, and things like that, there will be scrutiny for some of the traditions. So I think with this speech, he was preparing the people of Ethiopia for what needs to happen for Ethiopia to take its rightful place in the world stage. And having a constitution and what that meant to the elite class in Ethiopia. That's a change, and change is often uncomfortable. The way he positioned Empress Menen as his true partner, I think that was very uncomfortable for some of the traditionalists in Ethiopia, and even some of the change that Empress Menen implemented with building of schools, encouraging girls to go to schools. This is a womb man, a wombed man, a woman who um, was trained for a life of uh, being elite in society her entire life, her upbringing. And she had her first marriage at, I believe it was 11 years old. And that is something, that situation for young girls going forward is something that grieved her, but she couldn't make the change that she made without the support of the emperor. And all of that was part of the modernization of Ethiopia, um, because they knew they would be criticized by the outside world. Not that he wanted to be accepted by the outside world, but he was embracing this modernization that he knew would bring progress. Also, getting rid of slavery in Ethiopia was one of the very important, significant change that His Imperial Majesty made in order to prepare for these type of global interactions, so that um, Ethiopia would be respected, and that they wouldn't have to take the critique for being a country that still had enslavement during his rule. So when I hear the speech when he's talking about the criticism that they'll possibly received, that they're some of the old ways will have to they'll have to get distance from some of the old ways, and it was definitely a speech about preparing for what modernization uh, looks like, feels like, and why it's a necessary journey in order to get to progress as a country. And that modernization was a cloak of protection. Though that interaction with other world leaders was a cloak of protection because of the imminent threat of um, Mussolini and other Europeans having, with their mouth watering, looking at Ethiopia and the rich heritage of Ethiopia, and the divine heritage of Ethiopia, wanting to carve it up or make it their own. But he knew that he had to have a strategy, and a big part of that strategy for protection, but also for elevation and progress, was to embrace modernization. So that's what comes to mind for me when I hear that speech by His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I the First. Give thanks for those few words.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And in that, His Majesty made his position to free Eritrea borders from the control of the British and other Anglo-Saxon forces, and the Italians on the Eritrea border. So after the great feat of protecting Ethiopia, His Majesty took forces and they ran those European forces out of France and them out off of in Britain, off of the Eritrea Somalia lands, helping them become independent and free. Eritrea still chants that His Majesty is the key, is their identity, um, in their liberation and their independence from colonial rule. So that is, His Majesty stood on that as a reality. Many people don't know about the victory His Majesty had in bringing Eritrea and the Somalia areas from under France and Britain. And moving, Sister Joy, come forward, please.
Yes, sir. I think that's Raskimia.
Yeah, give thanks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, give thanks, give thanks. With the speech of His Majesty, um, what I saw from out of it was the idea of innovation, because technology itself starts with pen and paper. Paper is technology, pen is technology. So with this, Ethiopia held its history. Ethiopia held its unity. It held its courts. It held its civility. Now, a lot of people, say, were comfortable in just the power. And it became a thing where institutions, had things locked up a certain type of way to control the power because knowledge is power. Now, with his push, to me, it tells not of to be in the world and take what they have and throw away what you have because, this tradition is deemed in the narrative of tradition itself must break. But to me, I saw something of tradition itself must evolve and innovate. And just like nature, like His Majesty said, look at nature. When we look at nature, the elements are never destroyed, they're just transferred. The energy transfers through whatever transition it uses to a different element. The energy is never destroyed. So with this thing, we have to look at once again what we're presenting here. We're presenting the science and what was put together in the literature as to certain events that happened in the past. Now, because we have these, we have blueprints where we can study, we have blueprints where we can reverse engineer, and we have blueprints where we can solve issues because we can see the problems through the literature. We've had speakers that speak about the psychological warfare that goes on and the intentions from before physical battle and the preparation as to what is put forth as a visual to people's reality. So this is rehearsed first, then they go in to bring that word, creating a reality, creating an illusion, creating a narrative. Now, when this narrative is challenged, they attack the leader. Now, why they attack? Because the narrative also intended to put the people in an emotional distress, creates a reality of utter despair. They gave them a narrative where it seemed that their two options were the only ones, making them realize that they're stuck in the box. But what His Majesty telling us about nature, we go to the 7. And from there, we go up to freedom, to the 12, to the 26, to the 300, to the 72, 365, to the 720, and the 144. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's why we speak, and we spoke last week on Messiah figure returns people to their divine knowledge of self. That is your shield of David, your Megan David, the 6-point star, as above, so below. Your shield is the knowledge of your equality, your connection to the divine creator. That is your divine heritage. You've been restored to a keeper of that divine heritage. You've been acknowledged and returned and redeemed from the lost seas of your enslaver to a keeper of your divine heritage. Yes, this is the gift given by His Imperial Majesty. So we take that into the construct of self-education of the knowledge of self and strengthens the being. And then you have, as in ancient times, our ancestors said, Everyone is the Heru, the hero. So hopefully, as we continue our journey and studies, they return and redeem that knowledge of self that ignites the Kundalini, that ignites the Shin, the sacred fire, that opens the pineal and the pituitary, that gives you the spiritual fortitude to stand firm in the mission at hand, to open your creative windows so that you produce the gifts needed to guide us in steps and to help create solutions so that we are able to properly serve our people and provide the benefits and those gifts of knowledge that will save us from annihilation. So moving fast because we're closing to that hour and we have 30, a little over 30 minutes. We're gonna go into quick video and a quick read. I'll read.
There's a hand. There's one more hand raised. I'm sorry. Real water, no tap. I think that's David.
Good. Go ahead, Danny.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks, Chair. I just want to also be clear real quick. You know, normally these study sessions.
Anthropologists have gone to establish their theories. The Piltdown Man.
Yes, sir. A question on the floor as far as the normal rules on these Thursday calls. We try not to be too official at times, but we can get to be more official. But we just like to be respectful to each other, and we just try to be conscious of everyone's time. To give thanks, I want to mention because we were talking about the education, and as some of you know, we do a rites of passage program here for the children. And one of the things even mentioned earlier to connect some of the dots is trying to reach some of the underprivileged children who don't have this knowledge by incorporating sports and other things which a lot of parents would gravitate to before they gravitate to come learn about the King of Kings, the elect of God. But we teach these information because it's important. And what we talk about is this information unlocking something within the quote unquote blacks, or however we want to say, the melanated gods on this earth, which then unlocks a certain frequency to where we can coexist and we don't have to worry about disproportionate jobs and grants and different things getting handed out from this side of the earth to the next side. And then when we talk about His Majesty in the speech, it all connects the dots because if we read His Majesty's speeches, he'll always speak of humankind and then go straight to Africa, to a black kind. And then even when you make the essence of him getting rid of the British and the French out of his country and his continent in a physical essence, but in the same essence, he's speaking to the British and the French half the time. And it's one of those things where it's like, yes, I am who I am. My people is my people. We include y'all in certain essences, but what we need is what we need, and that's prioritized over things at certain essences, and that just is what it is. Because the bear has to make sure the bear has what he needs in order for there to be balance in the forest instead of prioritizing what another animal or another ones need. And as we understand this truth, there's nothing wrong with that. This is the example of His Majesty. This is the example in which we must follow because we are the supreme intelligence that's at a disbalance. So just like we say in our program, no, white children are invited, yes, but I'm not changing my curriculum to fit white needs because I come from a community to where white needs was put over what I needed, and now we are at a lower rated frequency and we need the assistance. So this is what this program is specifically geared for. Come, bring your children, but at the end of the day, expect what you expect when you come. And I believe that there's nothing wrong with that. Yes, I'm going to go shake hands with the British and make political ties. But at the end of the day, the British have to get out of my place. That's cool. Y'all can come visit. But over here controlling what we got going on, that's not going to happen. And like I said, this is a balance because this provides balance within self. And when within self can extend that to others, Now we don't have to be in a fight or flight mode when we're responding to something, and we don't have to be in a mindset that's sick when we're trying to overcome things. So the curriculum includes emotional, dealing with emotional distress. No one's teaching children that. Overcoming difficulties in life without turning to a gun, without turning to different drugs and whatever. This is not something that's in the standard curriculum. So this is important.
Sorry to interrupt, Cole.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Coping. So, just adding that word sound to everything, and also just wanted to put out a couple general house rules, because like I said, it could get a lot of times, a few times it could get to where we need to be more straightforward, but I think everyone's respectful for each other's time and respectful for each other. This kind of just open floor, and usually the speaker of the house is the one running the floor at that moment in time until President Kimian usually steps in, or the Sergeant at Arms, which is myself. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, thanks.
This species was never able to overcome nature to an extent that he was able to create works of art.
Ensuite, je passe au suivant.
This next slide.
Là, nous arrivons à l'homme comme vous et moi. C'est l'homme du milieu.
And now we have the man in the middle is the man that we are.
C'est le crâne du milieu. C'était un noir. C'est l'homme que nous appelons dans la littérature, si vous voulez, préhistorique, l'homme de Grimaldi.
This was a black man. The skull is that of a black man, which we call in prehistoric history the Grimaldi man.
On sait que c'était un homme de morphologie noire. Quand on voit sa morphologie, on voit que c'était un noir. Vous voyez bien, la forme du visage est très typique. Et nous l'avons comparé avec un crâne d'Africain d'aujourd'hui. Le crâne de gauche, c'est un crâne de Malien que nous avons dans notre collection à Dakar, à l'IFAN. Et le crâne de droite, c'est le premier homme blanc qui apparaît sur la Terre, à la suite de la transformation de l'homme du milieu.
You can see in looking at the skull in the middle that the morphology of this skull is very much that of blacks. That is the skull of modern man. To the left of it, we have the skull of modern African man. It is one of those that is in our collection at the University of Dakar.
L'homme qui est à droite maintenant, on ne le verra que l'homme qui est au milieu est entré en Europe il y a 40 000 ans.
40,000 years ago, the man in the middle left Africa and went to Europe.
Il va vivre en Europe de moins 40 000 ans à moins 20 000 ans, et c'est pendant cette période d'adaptation à un climat extrêmement froid qui est très différent du climat actuel. Parce que c'est pendant la dernière glaciation que la Terre a connue et qui a duré 100 000 ans. Il va donner naissance, donc par mutation et adaptation, au troisième crâne de droite qui est l'homme de Cro-Magnon.
The skull at the extreme right of the screen is that of Cro-Magnon man. It was between 40 and 20,000 years ago that the man in the middle left Africa to go into Europe at a time during what is called the final or the last glaciation. The climate in Europe was extremely cold. It was much colder than it is now. And during this period of some 20,000 years, he underwent the adaptation to become what we know as white man.
Donc, c'est bel et bien, si on s'en tient sans préjugés, aux données rigoureusement scientifiques, nous sommes bien obligés d'affirmer en toute sérénité que c'est l'adaptation du grimaldien à ce climat froid qui a donné naissance finalement au type qu'on appelle conventionnellement maintenant le type leucoderme ou l'homme blanc. Le blanc est sorti du noir à la suite d'un processus d'adaptation à un climat froid. Et cela, tous les spécialistes aujourd'hui le savent dans leur fort intérieur, même s'ils ne le disent pas avec autant de netteté.
It is very clear to all of the scientists involved in this field, even if they are only able to say it within themselves and unable to say it publicly, that the man that we know conventionally to be a white man evolved from a black man over a period of some 20,000 years of adaptation to a different climate. And if we are to say with any serenity, resting totally on scientific data, that is the conclusion that we must come to.
Donc, nous voyons bien que l'humanité, en sortant de l'Afrique et en s'adaptant aux différents climats de la Terre, a donné naissance aux différentes races. Voilà comment les races sont nées. Donc la race est une notion géographique. Si le premier homme que vous voyez au milieu n'était jamais sorti de l'Afrique, il n'y aurait pas eu de différenciation raciale. L'humanité serait homogène et noire.
If the man that we see in the middle there had never left Africa to people other parts of the world, and if those people in other parts of the world in different climates had not, through the process of adaptation, become what they are in various regions of the world, all men would be homogeneous, and all men would be black.
Le reste de la Terre n'aurait pas été peuplé, serait désert. Et il y aurait eu une seule humanité noire cantonnée en Afrique. Et le reste de la Terre ne serait pas habité.
If that man had not left Africa, the rest of the world would have remained a desert, would never have been peopled.
Donc, voilà, vous voyez donc que j'ai répondu à la question que vous m'avez posée en demandant où se situe le noir dans l'évolution de l'espèce humaine. Je vous réponds qu'en toute rigueur scientifique, le premier homme de la Terre était un noir qui va se différencier pour donner naissance aux autres races. Voilà la conclusion à cette première question.
And so to answer precisely your first question, which is or was, to what extent or in what way do blacks figure in the origin of man, the answer is the first man was black, and it was he who gave birth to other races of the world.
You have knocked out my first 5 questions.
Vous avez annulé la nécessité de poser les 5 premières questions.
Si, il faut les poser parce que j'avais des choses, j'avais noté mentalement des choses auxquelles je voudrais répondre. Même poser-les rapidement.
You must still ask them, even if you do it quickly, because he has reserved other information in response to that.
Why was it not possible for mankind to have been born in many parts of the earth?
Pourquoi n'était-il pas possible que man soit né dans quelques centres dans le monde?
Justement, quand les études de paléontologie humaine n'étaient pas encore assez avancées, il y avait 2 théories qui s'affrontaient.
When human anthropology had not quite evolved to the extent that it has now, there were 2 theories that kept confronting one another.
La théorie selon laquelle l'homme est né en un seul endroit et s'est différencié pour donner naissance aux autres races, celles que je viens d'exposer, avec ses défenseurs.
There was the theory that he has just explained, that man was born in one place and became different as he peopled other parts of the world. That theory had its defenders.
Il y avait une autre, cette première théorie, c'est celle qu'on appelle toujours la théorie du monogénétisme, c'est-à-dire d'une seule origine de l'espèce humaine.
This is called a monogenetic theory. That is, that there was one source for mankind.
Il y a l'autre théorie maintenant, comme proposée, qui voulait que certaines conditions étant réalisées, qu'il ait existé un homme né en Afrique, un autre homme né en Europe, un homme né en Asie. Donc, l'homme aurait connu l'apparition de l'humanité, serait le résultat, si vous voulez, de plusieurs centres. L'homme, l'origine de l'humanité aurait connu plusieurs centres. Et on appelait cette théorie la théorie du polycentrisme, ou du polygénétisme.
The second theory is that is a polygenetic theory, which believes or contends that man was born in Africa and also in Europe and also in Asia. In other words, that there were several locations in the world where man finds his origin.
Et que d'ailleurs, c'est cela qui pourrait expliquer leurs différences.
And it is that that explains their differences.
Alors, cette théorie était même la théorie du sens commun. Je ne dis pas du bon sens, mais du sens commun. C'est-à-dire, il paraissait a priori, au premier abord, plus normal qu'il ait existé un homme au niveau de chaque continent.
That theory has a certain amount of made a certain amount of sense. Not that it made good sense, but it made a certain amount of sense. It would explain that there are different peoples in different parts of the world with different characteristics.
Mais lorsqu'on y regarde de près, il y a deux faits qui sont venus infirmer cette théorie.
But under closer scrutiny, there were two things that made this theory fall apart more or less.
D'abord, la nature ne passe jamais deux fois par le même point dans son évolution.
The first is that nature never strikes twice in its evolution. It doesn't ever hit the same place two times. Nature doesn't create twice the same thing. In the animal kingdom...
the same being.
The same being. In the animal kingdom, you can see that throughout the evolution of animals, a being was created and it either disappeared or changed somewhat, or a new being completely was created, but never the same being twice. And to remain strictly scientific, it doesn't make common sense to say that man was created twice.
D'autre part, la recherche préhistorique a prouvé maintenant que c'est la thèse qui paraissait la plus invraisemblable, qui a triomphé maintenant au niveau de tous les scientifiques. Tous les hommes maintenant savent de façon certaine que l'homme a une seule origine, et que c'est dans cette même région du Kenya. Parce que c'est là que nous trouvons, si vous voulez, tous les stades antérieurs, tous les stades antérieurs.
It is in this region, that is this region in Kenya, where we find all of the most ancient evolutionary information. It's for this reason that scientists are now able to say, with certainty that at least they know that this is the case, that man could only have been created one time.
Tous les fossiles que nous trouvons à l'extérieur de l'Afrique, en dernière analyse, apparaissent toujours comme des fossiles plus récents que ceux trouvés en Afrique et qui leur correspondent.
All fossils that have been found outside of Africa have been found under close analysis to be much more recent than those found in Africa.
Et aucun autre continent que l'Afrique ne possède la série complète des 6 spécimens dont je vous ai parlé.
And no other continent in the world has the complete series of fossils indicating the 6 specimens that I spoke of before.
Je vous ai dit que les 3 premiers ne sont jamais sortis de l'Afrique. Ça veut dire que ni en Europe, ni en Asie, encore moins en Amérique, on ne trouve ces 3 premiers spécimens, qui sont le début de l'humanité.
These 3 specimens, which represent the very beginnings of mankind, cannot be found in Europe, they cannot be found in Asia, and of course cannot be found in America. They never left Africa. The complete set remains in Africa.
Donc, autant de preuves accumulées qui, aujourd'hui, donnent la certitude que l'homme est né en Afrique.
The accumulation then of the best information now makes it very clear that man had its origins in Africa.
Ici en Amérique, vous n'avez que le spécimen sapiens sapiens. On n'a pas trouvé dans l'état actuel de la science, sur toute l'étendue de l'Amérique, depuis la Terre de Feu jusqu'en Alaska, il n'y a qu'un homme moderne. Et l'Amérique a été peuplée par le détroit de Bering à la fin de la dernière glaciation dont j'ai parlé. Donc il n'existe qu'un seul spécimen, le dernier ici en Amérique.
The only specimen, as we've seen on the slide, that appears in America is that of Homo sapiens sapien. America was peopled through the Bering Straits at the end of the final glaciation, and it is for that reason that we find only Homo sapiens sapien in America.
En Asie, on a l'Homo erectus.
In Asia, we have Homo erectus.
L'homme de Néandertal et l'Homo sapiens.
And the Neanderthal man and Homo sapien.
En Europe également, on a l'Homo erectus, l'homme de Néandertal et l'Homo sapiens.
In Europe, we have the same Homo erectus, Neanderthal, and Homo sapien.
Et tous sont sortis de l'Afrique. Les uns sont passés par l'isthme de Suez pour aller vers le sud-est asiatique, et les autres sont passés par le détroit de Gibraltar pour aller à travers l'Espagne, dans le midi de la France. Et à partir de là, ils ont irradié jusqu'au lac Baïkal en Extrême-Orient.
Some of them left by the Suez Canal or the Isthmus of Suez to go into Asia and Eastern Europe, and some went by the Straits of Gibraltar up into the north and into Europe.
Et le polycentrisme est une théorie qui voulait absolument établir la hiérarchisation des races, qui voulait démontrer qu'il existe des races inférieures et des races supérieures.
This polycentric theory is, to that theory, it is essential, or it makes the effort to establish a hierarchy of races, and to indicate that some races are inferior to others.
En effet, si les trois races de l'humanité avaient des origines différentes, on aurait pu supposer que pour une raison ou une autre, il y a une hiérarchisation des capacités intellectuelles. Parce qu'ils n'auraient pas eu le même héritage.
But if man has the same origin, then of course there can be no intellectual hierarchy, because all of the races of the world, the three races of the world, would have had the same intellectual history. Est-ce que j'ai bien traduit ça?
Je répète. Je dis que si les trois races avaient des origines différentes, on aurait pu supposer qu'elles puissent avoir des capacités intellectuelles différentes. Et donc défendre l'idée de l'inégalité des races. C'est clair ça?
If the three races had different origins, then one could say that they had different intellectual capacities, having had a different intellectual history.
Donc, on aurait pu défendre l'inégalité des races. Cette théorie, donc, est pour la défense de l'inégalité des races, la théorie du polycentrisme.
The polycentric theory, then, is essential to defending the notion that there are inequalities between the races.
C'est pour ça qu'elle a eu des défenseurs très acharnés.
It's for this reason they've had people that it has been defended vigorously by people.
Mais la science l'a définitivement écarté.
But science has, without question, set it aside.
Donc, la théorie monogénétique, elle, montre que puisque la souche humaine est commune, que toute l'espèce humaine a les mêmes capacités intellectuelles, qu'elle soit noire, blanche ou jaune. Je ne suis pas en train de montrer, par exemple, que le blanc est supérieur au noir. Ce ne serait pas que le noir est supérieur au blanc. Ce serait faux.
It's the monogenetic theory then that poses or will support the notion that because our origins are the same, we have the same intellectual capacities. I am not hoping to say, by saying that, however, that blacks are superior to whites. That would also be false.
Donc, aucune race n'est supérieure à l'autre.
No race is superior to any other.
Toutes les races ont les mêmes capacités intellectuelles.
All races have the same intellectual capacity.
Justement, le lobe antérieur du cerveau dont je vous ai parlé est le même pour toutes les races.
The anterior lobe that I showed in the slide earlier is exactly the same for all the races.
On a fait des travaux extrêmement poussés ici en Amérique, en Europe et partout sur l'anatomie du cerveau.
The studies of the anatomy of the brain have been numerous and very extensive here in this country, in Africa, and everywhere in the world.
En Europe.
And in Europe.
Oui. Et on n'a jamais trouvé de différence significative permettant une hiérarchisation raciale, surtout au niveau de l'anatomie du cerveau antérieur dont je vous ai parlé.
And in no way has a difference any significant difference been found to indicate that there is some anatomical difference in the brains of the various races.
Surtout au niveau du cerveau antérieur.
And certainly not in the case of the forefront of the brain.
Donc, tous les biologistes savent ce que je dis en ce moment. Toutes ces analyses, les résultats de ces analyses sont concluants et tous ceux qui s'occupent justement de biologie humaine savent tout ce que je vous ai dit aujourd'hui sur ce point-là. Cette question-là aussi, au niveau de tous les scientifiques sereins, objectifs, est une question qui est acquise. Que les races ont les mêmes capacités intellectuelles. Mais il peut y avoir, l'une peut être momentanément dominée par l'autre, c'est tout. Dans l'Antiquité, les Noirs ont dominé les Blancs, comme nous allons le voir tout à l'heure. Par la suite, les Blancs ont pris le dessus, comme aujourd'hui.
All biologists and those scientists who are aware of this information know that there is no longer any question as to whether there is a superiority among the races. It is, however, possible that one race or another can dominate temporarily another race or other races. In antiquity, it was blacks who dominated, and that is perhaps not the case now.
No.
You have spent much of your life studying the history of Egypt. Who were the ancient Egyptians? How did they look?
Ici, cette reproduction est importante.
This is a very important reproduction.
C'est dans le tombeau de Ramsès III.
This is found in the tomb of Ramses III.
20e dynastie.
The 20th dynasty.
Vous avez le personnage de gauche.
The person on the left.
C'est le type général, donc, représenté par l'artiste égyptien lui-même.
This is the general type represented by the Egyptian artist himself.
Le second, c'est le type général de tous des Européens, si vous voulez, de tous les Occidentaux.
And the second person or personage is the general type of all the Europeans represented by the artist.
Le troisième, c'est le type général de tous les autres Noirs de l'intérieur du continent.
And the third personage is the general type representing all the other groups found in the interior of the continent.
Of Africa.
Of the continent of Africa.
Sheikh Anta Diop, master scholar. You definitely want to get all of his books. You want to read them. You want to digest them. He's probably one of the best scholars you're going to get who went through a lot of whatchamacallit, of the high-tech archaeological theories. I'm showing you here a document, and trying to keep my shadow off so you can see it right behind me. So, and it's called "The Caveman, Modern Man Shared Genes," and a study says. Now, when this article came out, it shook the archaeological societies, anthropology, and so forth. They've kind of been trying to backpedal it because it was undermining a racial superiority construct.
And we're going to look at a quick last little video, a little scene in the video, and then we'll close out with opening the floor. In this article, it reads, Washington, Associated Press, we have met Neanderthal and he is us, at least a little. The most detailed look yet at the Neanderthal genome helps answer one of the most debated questions in anthropology. Did Neanderthal and modern man mate? The answer is yes. There's at least some caveman biology in most of us. Between 1% and 4% of the genes in people from Europe and Asia trace back to Neanderthal. They live on a little bit, says Savant Pale of the Max Planck Institution for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig, Germany. Researchers led by Pabo, Richard E. Green of the University of California, Santa Cruz, and David Rake of the Harvard Medical School compared the genetical material collected from the bones of 3 Neanderthal with that from 5 modern humans. Their findings reported in today's edition of the journal Science show a relationship between Neanderthal and modern people outside Africa, Pable says. That suggests that interbreeding occurred in the Middle East, where both modern man or modern human and Neanderthal lived thousands of years ago. He said, people are in the question, by what route did I get here? And the idea that there is a faint echo of Neanderthal is interesting, reflected Richard Potts, the director of human origins programs at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History. I'm really impressed by the nuance they've been able to pick up, said Potts, who was not part of the research group. The papers are really good, an antidote to all or nothing findings of previous studies. Humans trace their origins out of Africa into the Middle East, then on to other parts of the world. The genetic relationship with the Neanderthal was found in people from Europe, China, and Papua New Guinea, but not people from Africa. But not people from Africa. Todd Dissertel, an anthropologist at New York University, suggests that more Africans should be sampled. My guess is as we sample more Africans, we're going to find some of these old lineages in Africa, said Disto, who was not part of the research team. He noted that the researchers looked at the genomes of West Africans and South Africans, but not one from Northeast Africa, where he said the mixture would be more likely to have occurred. Pable agreed that his findings does not mean that only people from outside of Africa have some caveman. With more study, it might be found in some Africans also. So as they went through this study, they realized that the Neanderthal genome, it came after the African, and the African did not have Neanderthal, the Neanderthal haplogroup as its roots. Other people have the Neanderthal haplogroup as its roots. Second article is Science started to deal with the theory of global cooling theory. Try to let you see it without the shadow. So the global cooling theory gets a second chance. But if you look at this picture, they show you the Earth and they show you this missing piece. So earlier we played the video speaking on the meteorite shower causing a natural destruction. And now scientists are now reviewing this for how we went into an ice age. So now we have to get a clarity. There's two forms of the ice age. You have the first ice age, then you have what they call the drier, is like 14,000 years ago when we went through another freeze. Remember, we went through the polar shift was completing itself from the first stages, but we did not polar shift. And they're saying that in the 14, the drier age, it started a shifting in there, and it caused that volcanic explosion. Now, that sent us into another high-level cooling period that affected the natural environment. So now you have a Neanderthal formulated from the first period, which brings you into a Neanderthal, the Cro-Magnon. And then you go to a second period, which changes the Neanderthal. How did the Neanderthal change? What changes? What happened at this aspect? So yes, their science are now conveying that there was the meteorite shower, and there was a continuing effect of this all the way to about 13,000 years ago. And they're now looking at, okay, how did we go through an ice age? You know, we're always taught in school about the ice age, but we're never really taught about how did we go through the ice age? What caused the ice age? All right. So with that, we'll look at this quick video and we'll try to close out right here. In Black Messiah studies, we say fallen ones. So you have those who were not of the fallen ones, who got caught in the meteorite shower, went through a genetic mutation. And you have those who did not. Then you have a second stage that hit the planet, and we'll touch that in our closing component. Here's a quick, let's go.
Volcanic eruption of the last 2 million years and erupted
Around 100,000 years ago, a new species of human arrived in what is now India. The color of their skin betrayed their African origins. They had language. They lived in small, tightly bonded family groups. These were Homo sapiens, modern people. They were us. Their numbers were few, and from Africa they had begun to spread slowly across the world. But Asia was already occupied, home to a different human species, Homo erectus.
Erectus was a fascinating species. It lasted for a very long time. It's really the longest lived human species we know about. These are people that are being very mobile in open country to get to their food, and often to get to their food ahead of the competition. So in that sense, they're very like us in terms of their overall body shape and body build.
No water. Come.
Although physically similar, any chance of a peaceful coexistence between Homo sapiens and Homo erectus was shattered by a cataclysmic event that took place over 2,000 miles away. The eruption of Mount Toba in Southeast Asia. 74,000 years ago, it erupted on a scale that no human had experienced before or since.
It's certainly the largest volcanic eruption of the last 2 million years and erupted a huge amount of material. And because of its magnitude, it's being classed as a supervolcanic eruption.
The fallout from the eruption extended as far as the Indian subcontinent.
We've got areas, particularly in East India, where the ash reaches 6 meters in thickness.
Ash fall from the eruption filled the atmosphere with toxic chemicals, turning rain to acid that poisoned lakes and rivers, intensifying the struggle for survival.
In the aftermath of the Toba eruption, you might have increased competition because remember, plants and animals are suffering, and these small groups of hunter-gatherers are competing for diminished resources. And so that may have caused some situations where there was conflict between groups.
Based on the latest archaeological and scientific evidence, this is a dramatization of a world forged by the Toba eruption. A time which shaped the fates of two different but closely related species. Us and them.
Leave it.
Water!
Wait! Buckle, wait!
Drink!
Don't drink it! What are you doing? How do you know the water is good?
People were here. They lived here.
Why do you think they left? The people. Did they go to the mountain for clean water? These are not people.
As the once lush Indian landscape turned to desert, clean water became scarce and increasingly hard to find.
We will find somewhere for you to rest. Up there.
The Toba eruption was so vast, it would have affected the whole planet. In the aftermath, human numbers fell dramatically. We were threatened with extinction. In India, the struggle to survive would have been particularly harsh. This was Erectus territory. For thousands of years, Erectus had been one of Asia's most successful predators. The arrival of modern humans would have threatened their world.
We're talking a different species of human. Erectus was a much more ancient species of human, so we've got this very strong brow ridge at the front, a long and low skull, a big face, overall bigger teeth than us. If we had the lower jaw, there wouldn't be a chin on the lower jaw. So overall, much more robust. The skull is thicker, muscle markings are very strong.
She's sleeping. It needs water. What are they, if they're not people? All I know from stories. And from my father. They move fast, like us. They hunt. They kill. If someone comes near, they will snap a twig. Your mother will hear. You will hear them. I will come with you. Stay with your mother. She needs you. If I do not return, keep our family alive.
The first human species to walk fully upright, Erectus would have made formidable opponents.
This is a cast of a thigh bone or femur of Homo erectus from Africa. It tells us Homo erectus was similar to us below the neck. More particularly, this ridge on the back of their thigh bone, this is the pilaster, and it grows in response to running. People today who have similar kinds of ridges on their femurs and have femurs of similar sorts of shape like this tend to be very good runners. I mean, we're talking about people who are Olympic athletes. If they were around today, chasing people around, we'd be in trouble. These guys were like wolves with knives.
With bodies beautifully evolved for running, Erectus were the first human species to hunt big game.
To begin with, Erectus was scavenging, so picking up the meat from other animals that had done the killing. But by the end of their time, they were certainly big game hunters and were capable big game hunters.
Hunting big prey would have required Erectus to work cooperatively, in packs.
Mother.
carnivores at the very top of the food chain, Erectus were armed with a lethal stone weapon.
It looks just like a rock. But if you look more carefully, you can see it has a very sharp cutting edge that goes around its circumference. It's also thin in cross-section, so you have a very sharp edge. And from what we can reconstruct of its use, it was used mainly as cutting the limbs off of an animal. It's the Stone Age equivalent of a chainsaw. It's cutting through skin, it's cutting through muscle, cutting through tendons. If you're using this as a weapon, it will create a pretty nasty slashing wound. Like that. Yeah, it's an all-purpose knife.
Although we think of necklaces as a way of dressing up, for our ancestors, they had a much more important role.
Recent human cultures used beads and other personal adornments to transmit information in a way. When certain combinations of shells can symbolically convey information about the person wearing them. Personal adornments, symbols like this can be ways that people can establish communications and relationships across great distances. So it's kind of like a passport, if you think about it.
Before
beads like these helped us to identify friends
but they're
from
not
foe,
Neanderthal.
allowing us to form alliances with others.
Separate.
Where's your father?
He went to find water. They took him.
Who took him? They see you. Did they see you? Did they see you? To the rock! Quick!
The ability to track evolved with the ability to hunt. Homo erectus were the first humans to systematically track their prey using scent, sight, and sound. Their large brains could interpret signs, work out the movements of their prey, making them deadly hunters. Our ancestors, however, had a significant advantage. We had learned to anticipate the thoughts and behaviors of others and use that knowledge to outsmart them.
Find your footprints where you came down. Step in them backwards. Backwards! Keep going. Stop! What are you staring at? Go! Stay on the rock!
They are further.
I would tell you all to watch this. It's BBC Planet of the Ape-Men Battle for Earth, the Homo erectus. I'll try to share in the group. Definitely watch this.
It's a must see. But we're gonna stop right there. We're gonna go to another video real fast, just to get it a closing.
Caucasians in Europe, Negroes in Africa, and Mongoloids in Asia. This is how they pictured the world. But we need to know where white people came from, because forensic anthropologists reconstructed the first inhabitants of Europe and Britain. Yes, yes, yes. These reconstructions shocked the world. They shocked the world because it was discovered that Cro-Magnon man and Chatter man of Britain were dark-skinned Negroes and blacks. What? What? Dark-skinned Negroes? Black? What? Blacks in Europe? Europe was supposed to be Neanderthal. The white man. But it wasn't true. These forensic anthropologists showed that between 9,000 BC and 30,000 BC, the Europeans were blacks. We're blacks. This has shaken our confidence in the idea that Caucasoids inhabited Europe. This means that we need to determine where the Caucasoid race originated. If it was not Europe, if we ought to have a true and accurate history of the races and world history generally, in this presentation, we seek to answer the question, what is the origin of the white race? The agenda for this discussion will be Neanderthals were black. Then we're gonna talk about the color genes. Yes, there are genes that geneticists claim is the genome that creates, in a sense, our color in our skin and our color in our eyes. We're going to discuss the fact that Cro-Magnon man was white, black, and then we're going to discuss what? Where did our white people of second frequency originate? Anthropological and genetic evidence makes it clear that ancient Neanderthals did not look like this. This is not how the Neanderthals look, people. I know you want to believe this is how they look, but it's not. Neanderthal looked totally different from this. And because of this difference, you see, then therefore you have to understand the reality that these people, in a sense, have been teaching you a lie. Archaeological research and reconstruction of the ancient Europeans to tell different old Europeans. You see, we move in a sense from left to right. We see this is supposed to be the ancestor of Homo erectus. Then we see Rhodesian man. Rhodesian man is in the middle. And then on the right-hand side, we see Neanderthal man. And this is how Neanderthal man, are you done? Yeah, okay.
Just email everything over and check stuff.
Okay, did I have to sign anything?
No, they're doing that untouched thing.
Okay. All right, you take care. Nice seeing you. Again.
Yeah, right.
Take care. Yeah.
Is the air conditioner on now? Is it working?
Yes, sir. Hey.
I know that's right.
God, baby, shout the jive. But then in a sense, we have fake and real Neanderthals. On the left-hand side, you see the fake Neanderthals. There's no reconstruction. There's no cranium that they've colored. There's no skull that makes people believe that the Neanderthals look like those people on the left. That's not Neanderthal. Look, the real Neanderthals look like the people on the right. This is how your Neanderthal people would have looked. They had black skin, dark skin, like you. B1. Listen, until you connect with your ancestors, you will have nothing. Sister Ambrose telling you. You have to call on the ancestors to find your truth. Europeans made up white Neanderthals to make a history for themselves. Very important to understand this. They had to create these fakes. You saw how the original Neanderthal man looked. He was brutish. He was very, in a sense, beastly looking. But they tried to, in a sense, create this new Neanderthal. They gave him red hair.
Mm-hmm.
They gave them, in a sense, auburn hair. They made you say, this is how they look. This is a fake. Ancient Europeans were black. Here's Neanderthal man on the left. Then we see, in a sense, the first European in Britain. That's Chatterman. Then in Spain, we see Irma. And finally, Cro-Magnon man. The ancient Europeans were not white. Neanderthal was not white. They were not Caucasians. I know you want to make them Caucasians, but they weren't Caucasians. You see, in Europe, they originated a different type of hominid called Neanderthals. Neanderthals are not considered to be anatomically modern humans. Okay, look. On the right-hand side, I got my arrow pointing. This is Cro-Magnon man. He's supposed to be a Homo sapiens sapien. You see? But Neanderthal man was different. And if you see what my arrow is pointing, that's called the brow. The prehistoric people, the archaic humans all had these wide brows. You see that? Over the eyes. You see that bone across that's sticking out? This was the only difference between Neanderthal man and Cro-Magnon man. Yes, Cro-Magnon man. I know that Diop said that Cro-Magnon man was white, but that's because of the fact he didn't have people who reconstructed the faces, reconstructed the skulls. When they reconstructed the skull, they found that Cro-Magnon man looked like the man on the left.
Wow.
But the only difference between Cro-Magnon man and Neanderthal is that broad bridge, that bridge across the front of the face. See that bridge above the eyes, that bone, that shows the archaic nature of Neanderthal man. But he was not white. Condimi et al. 2021. This is a new paper. This paper just came out a year ago. Let me see what did Condimi say. I'm going to quote. Neanderthals are a hunter-gatherer fossil population that lived in Eurasia between 250,000 years ago and 38,000 years before being totally replaced throughout their territory by Homo sapiens. Listen, all you people out there who don't want to believe. Morphological features progressively evolved from their African ancestors, Homo heidelbergensis. Who do they say were the ancestors of the Neanderthal people? They say African, right?
Wow.
Adapted to the cooler climate of Europe.
Wow.
In Europe marks a major cultural change with the importation of a new tool, well known in Africa since at least 1.5 million years ago.
Wow, 1.5 million, fam.
That's where the tools came from that Neanderthal was using when he left Africa to settle Europe. Stop it!
Come on, Doc. Teach it. Come on, Professor.
Neanderthals came from Africa. This is still from the Condimi article. At the bottom of the page, it's Condimi article. I'll read it. Neanderthals are a human hunter-gatherer population that lived in Eurasia between 250. You can find this article. The article. But let's look at what do we know about Neanderthal according to Condimi. Condimi said, and I quote, first, the analysis of archaic blood groups anchors the lineage of Eurasian Neanderthals and Denisovans to Africa. What did it say? It said the Neanderthals are linked to Africa. Africa. I continue. The absence of the antigen combination RHC, RHE, FKY, 14% of sub-Saharan African population, or 6-10% in North Africa and non-African populations. The presence of a double dose of ancestral forms of the RH Kill Duffy Kid, respectively, the Memphis, the Band 3, and RHD, phylogenetically linked, are presently exclusive in African clusters and populations. What do it say? Neanderthal blood? Neanderthal blood is exclusive to African people, dummies. I know you didn't want to hear this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I don't want to be a bad person.
The Neanderthal blood. They've been trying to teach you for years that Neanderthals and Africans are not connected. And right here, Condimi et al. Is telling you that the blood of Neanderthal is African.
A little further up.
Look at this. Out of mammoth tusk, in the cave.
The brain is.
Do we look
Wow.
like to you?
Nope.
They used to think of the caves as temples, but they were a matriarchal society. Do you know what a matriarchal society is? A matriarchal society, and where the woman is held in honor.
Come on, come on, come on. Bring those receipts.
They are matriarchal society. We used to be a matriarchal society. That doesn't mean that the woman runs the society. That means that we hold our woman at higher state.
That's right.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop fighting your queen. Stop fighting the mother goddess.
That's right.
Look at it. When you fight the mother goddess, you lose, brother.
Love that.
Mama will give you life. Mama will give you breath. Mama will make your dreams come true.
Mama is
Cro-Magnon men were black, not Caucasians. Look, 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 look. On the left-hand side, we see Cro-Magnon man. On the right-hand side, on the left-hand side, we see Neanderthals. On the right-hand side, we see Cro-Magnon men. They were black. They weren't white. The only difference between Neanderthals and Cro-Magnon man is the broad brows above the eyes. Look at these pictures. The only difference is the broad brows above the eyes. They were both black. Cro-Magnon man, black. Neanderthal, black. Eurasians did not introduce light-skinned alleles into Africa or Eurasia. This is what I want you to understand.
Yeah, they tried to talk about some type of back migration. There was no such thing.
There was never such a back migration because black people carry all the genome, all the alleles that make your skin light or dark. Yes. That's why a black woman can have a light-skinned baby or a dark-skinned baby because we carry those genes. Boolean philosophy reported to finding all these ancient skeletons throughout, in a sense, the Balkans. The ancestral gene for light skin is RS1426L54. Do you know what? RS1426L54 is predominant among sub-Saharan Africans. That's you.
Love this.
What? You mean to tell me that we carry the light skin? Yes, you do.
That's right.
You carrying the damn light skin alleles. The derived allele from this copy coding polymorphism for light skin is A111T alleles. The A11T pigmentation haplotype indicates high frequency among light skin population in Europe and East Asia. Yes, you see second frequency. You see some of the Asians carrying these light skins, but those light skin genes they carry, brother. We carry it, Jay. Stop it. Stop it. The existence of the ancestral gene for light skin RS1426L54 makes it clear Eurasians did not have to introduce SLC24A5 to us because we already had the genes. You have the genes that create light skin. The Europeans did not give you those genes.
Come on now, teach it.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is winning. Why is knowledge winning? Knowledge is winning because when you have knowledge, you win the race. And the race is what? Racism.
Love it. Love it.
Et al. 2014 and Skologlu et al. 2014. The earliest Europeans were dark skinned. Disputes Crawford et al. Suggesting as early as 60,000 years ago, the alleles of social light pigmentation swept near fixation. Oh man, there were no light skinned people in Europe in ancient statues.
That's my black. Go back to that slide. Did you skip a slide, or is this the slide you want?
The early Europeans were not pale. They had blue. That picture of Neanderthal, that's not That's when those Europeans Atlantic slave trade. They wasn't any good at all. April rose in Africa. Yes, that's because
No.
what? Hair, straight hair.
Mama can make any human.
She can make any human, baby.
Mm-hmm. That's why she's first on the planet.
That's why she was first. She's the mother goddess.
First frequency all day, every day.
Every day. Neanderthals bred with Homo sapiens. You never see them on that Mr. chart. Right? Why? Why do you think Neanderthals don't show on that Mr. chart? Look at the pictures. They're all black. That's why they don't show no difference. That's why when they say that Neanderthal disappeared, Neanderthal didn't disappear. He just absorbed by the rest of the niggas. Nigga, what? But Neanderthals were Negroes, just like the Cro-Magnon people who replaced them. White Europeans had always believed that they were the native to Europe. As a result, when they discovered Neanderthal remains in 1829, they were shocked to discover that these people were Negroes,
So
just like the
those
Africans
living
they
in
were
the
enslaved
UK
in the
and Britain
Americas.
and Europe.
Oh my God. Yes,
who
indeed.
have roots.
Yes, indeed. That's in the PDF. You went in. You went in, bro. You went in, Doc.
PDF.
Oh my God. Oh God. It takes a lot to stop me and just like stop me in my tracks, because I've interviewed everybody. I've done so much research, and so I don't get really excited. When I read this piece, I said, "Oh my God, the family ain't ready for this. They're not ready. They're gonna lose their damn minds when they read this." Go ahead, Doc. We're at 262, by the way, Doc. You were asking about earlier. Yeah, we're over 260 people.
Oh yeah,
and counting.
Well, the thing is, that I'm glad they're joining us, but I got to continue. Caucasians had to change the image of the caveman Neanderthal because of the Black Power history teachings and Afrocentrism. Very important to understand. Look at that picture on the bottom left-hand side. That's how they said Neanderthal looked. That's how they, when I was growing up, that's what they taught me. That's what they put in the books. But hey, as a result of the Black Power movement and Afrocentrism, they had to change that mess. Because see, we started showing, our Black historians started showing that every continent was a Black continent.
Ethiopian, the African, populated.
That's a good point. Every continent was a Black continent. Every continent was Black. That's powerful.
It was a Black continent. So they started saying that Neanderthal man didn't look like that image on the bottom left-hand side. They made up this fake image that's above it, making them look like they were white with red hair, so they could put themselves in history. No, second frequency, you are not. You are not the father of the child in Europe.
White people go on Maury Povich. Go on Maury Povich. You are not the original people. I love that.
Not the father and mother.
The DNA says that you're gonna see all the white people standing up. Oh hell no! No, I'm supposed to. You are not the original people. No, this is great.
The original Neanderthal is that man on the right. But you know, this is it. Many people are upset, and they feel they know Neanderthal man because of a beautiful book written by Michael Bradley. Michael Bradley was a Canadian. And in The Iceman's Inheritance, Michael Bradley finally, his book was phenomenal when it came out. It finally answered the question of why second frequency is so evil, so cruel. So I'll do a Black Muslim thing. That why second frequency is so evil, so vile, so evil. But this wonderful book by Michael Bradley delves into the anthropological reasons why white European people have perpetuated violence, pollution, destruction, and genocide wherever they have historically traveled around the world.
In Darwin's book, he says that wherever the European goes, Aboriginals suffer. That was Darwin. Right. Darwin's full of shit, but he knows that. Everybody knows that.
Michael Bradley delves into Neanderthal genes present in modern white European population as a source for their psychosexual insanity and aversion to societies based in peace and justice. But I already just showed you that Michael Bradley, he was on to something, but white people don't carry European genes. Neanderthal man didn't carry European genes. Neanderthal man carried African genes. I just showed you that. I showed you the receipt. I showed you.
Are you going to take us in the caves?
In a way, Michael Bradley, in a sense, he was kind of wrong when he said it was Neanderthal man who gave, in a sense, Europe a second frequency, this predilection to want to commit violence. Bradley argued that racism, sexism, religion, patriarchy, colorism came from them. Colonization and other social problems are the result of behavior, values, and psychology of the white race. According to Bradley, this results from the fact that they have an inferiority complex, yes, which makes them feel they have to dominate other races to feel secure. Do you see that? Do you hear that? He's claiming he's white now. He's a Caucasian, but he's saying that Caucasians have an inferiority complex. This inferiority complex comes from the fact that they know they are a minority race in comparison to other races in the world, and they lack a true ancient history. Did you hear that? They don't have any ancient history.
The Dark Ages.
That's why they tried to make Neanderthal white. Michael Bradley in 1979 published The Iceman's Inheritance. Bradley, a native of Canada, shocked the world when he wrote this book. In The Iceman's Inheritance, Bradley argues that racism, sexism, religion, all are social problems due to the result and the behavior of the white race. You see, there's a free copy of The Iceman's Inheritance on the web, yes. If you want to read this phenomenal book, you go to https://archive.org/details, The Iceman Inheritance. The full book is on that site. It's free on the web. Look at it. Look at it. Because this book will help you understand what I'm about to go into.
Very important to understand the psychology
what you doing?
We're facing.
I'm doing something that Bradley claims that these maladaptive behaviors of Caucasians came from the former existence of Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe. We already talked about the fact that Neanderthals were good in Europe. They had a nice society. Bradley argues that Caucasoid aggression is a result of evolutionary and cultural experience. It is therefore a product of social epigenetics, which allow Caucasians to use their environment and cultural experience to select aggression to preserve their existence through white supremacy. Listen to this. Listen to this. What I'm saying is that Caucasians do not have to be so aggressive. They do not have to be so violent, but they've chosen this. They want to be aggressive. They're aggressive in everything.
Understanding
Look, they can't just have sex. They gotta make it war.
Where they come from.
Choke each other to get orgasms.
History.
Crazy.
BDSM. That's where it came from.
That Neanderthals were Caucasian, but as I've shown, the Neanderthal people were black and had a peaceful hunter-gatherer society where they had access to abundant resources from their local flora and fauna to accommodate their dietary needs. The art of Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man makes it clear this culture was a matriarchal society, as evident in the abundance of female figurines denoting their emphasis on fertility and reproduction. Look at those statues from the Cro-Magnon age. These people were matriarchal. They saw the woman as significant. Nowadays, the European sees a woman no different from a damn dog.
Yeah.
I mean, they have sex with a sheep.
They invented the word bitch.
That's right. Many of them have sex with a sheep as fast as they have sex with a woman. I'm not lying yet.
Nope. There's evidence and receipts.
If the Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon people belong to a matriarchal society, we have to ask the question: where did the Caucasians acquire their aggressive, predatory, and xenophobic character?
Asian, where did they come?
The answer
Where
is
did the
clear.
Pacific Islanders
That Caucasians learned these
They say they
behaviors
come from
when they were locked in the
all
caves
structure.
for
What does
thousands
that
of years
mean?
after the
Are
onset
they
of the younger
coming from a
Dryas,
Caucasian
down to the
structure? How
Santorino
can we say
volcano
they're
eruption.
still
Yes.
and black
Yes.
and say they come from a Neanderthal? Is there a difference?
Yes, many black people during the younger Dryas, they ran into the caves and they devolved into white people. My belief is that the white man evolved into whites during the Ice Age. I explained in Blacks in Europe, modern European origin, Europeans originated in Central Asia. They devolved from Cro-Magnon man into Caucasoids after being trapped in the caves of Europe from the younger Dryas. They went into the caves around 12,900 and didn't come out until 1,600 or 700 AD. They were in the caves for almost 13,000 years.
Wow.
It was during this period that these black people who went into the caves, they devolved. They lost their melanin. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregated and used them like temples. In the caves, these black people recorded their history and worshiped their gods. During the younger Dryas, there was a sudden drop in temperature. Archaeologists have found frozen carcasses of mammoths. Yes, mammoths with preserved stomach contents. This led some archaeologists to assume that this ice age, the younger Dryas, appeared suddenly because they found some of the animals in a standing position with food in their mouth. A standing position. That means that when those mammoths was eating that grass, they were frozen, fast frozen. That's to show you how fast this happened.
Watch the movie Day After Tomorrow, family. It happens. It has happened.
A position that suggested a sudden extinction of the mammoths. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the Caucasus caves. The blacks evolved, you see, into Caucasians. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregate and use them like temples. Here, look at this painting. They painted beautiful pictures of animals, especially the mammoth. This mammoth is what they used to build their houses. I showed you how their houses were built from the tusk, and then they were covered from their skin. They made clothes from their skin. These caves were an important place, just like today. Today, when there's a problem, today, when people are upset, today, when there's a flood, today, when there's a hurricane, where do people go afterwards? What do they go do? And they run to the church. So they hope that they can get safety in their temple, in their church, being protected by their God. This is what those Cro-Magnon people did.
That's right.
They ran into those caves to get protection from the cold. Since the last ice age came, suddenly the blacks were trapped in the caves. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the caves. In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Cro-Magnon man lost the melanin in their skin. The melanin left their skin and went to their hair. Look.
No, wait a minute, Doc. Wait a minute. Let's go back to that because I want the family to understand this. The melanin left their bodies because they did not have sunlight and they were in the dark. It went from their bodies to their hair. That's very, very important. Please continue.
And it's very important to remember that just like black people, when black people in the same family, mom can have light-skinned kids and they can have dark-skinned kids. In the white families, sometimes the mom can have kids with light hair, dark hair, blonde hair, red hair. Sometimes the kids can be born with different colored hair because that's where the melanin went. The melanin went from the skin of these black people to their hair. Look, on the right-hand side, we see this is how creatures in the caves look. They become depigmented. They become pale. Look.
What happens?
In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Aurignacians lost the melanin in their skin. The melanin left the skin and congregated in the hair. This is evident when we look at the depigmented creatures who live in the caves. Look. Look at that picture.
Wow.
Right hand side.
Wow.
This is evident when we look at the depigmented creatures who lived in the caves. This drawing from the Grotte de Marche shows the various facial changes that took place among Proto-Europeans who remained trapped in the caves until 1400 BC. These are actual pictures. This is how those people look. Look at how they changed. Look how they changed from the damn Cro-Magnon man. Look how they lost. Some of them have still some Negro features, but look.
Wow.
As you can see, in the caves, the people lost their Negroid features and became more serpent-like.
Mm. Mm.
I didn't make these pictures up. You can go right now and go to the
There's a
internet.
link. There's a link in the PD. There's a link in the PDF for it. There's a link in the PDF for it where you can get this. Where you can get this.
Man created. I want to tell you about these caves. Man created a massive network of underground tunnels crisscrossing Europe from Scotland to Turkey. Did you hear what I said?
Scotland to Turkey?
Scotland to Turkey.
Holy wow.
These caves are connected from Scotland to Turkey. That meant that these Proto-Europeans, they could walk from Scotland to Turkey underground and never see a on the surface.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
A new book on the ancient highways has claimed. German archaeologists said evidence of the tunnels has been found. Hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent, seemingly never-ending series of underground tunnels, are confirmed to be man-made, and the architecture boggles even the most sophisticated designers. Yes, yes, yes.
Mm.
These Caucasians built these caves. German archaeologist Dr. Heinrich Kusch. Isn't that an interesting name? His name is Dr. Heinrich Kusch. The evidence of the tunnels has been found under hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent. In his book, Secrets of the Underground Door to an Ancient World, German title, Ourstory, he says that the fact so many have survived after 12,000 years shows that the original tunnel network must have been enormous. Enormous. This is one of the caves. Look at those caves. Look at those caves. This is where Caucasians lived before they came up to the surface. I'm not playing with you. I'm not no black Muslim.
Okay.
I'm talking no bullshit. I'm showing you the caves they lived in. I showed you the pictures of how they look. This is how they look. These cave paintings record the change in the Proto-European physical form into more human-like forms today. Today, the pictures make clear that the long chins and noses were a major feature of Proto-Europeans. Don't a lot of Europeans today have those long chins? Don't they? Yeah. Don't they have those long noses? Yeah. Where do you think they got it from when they was in the caves? In my books, Black in Europe, pages 138 to 145, I show the first Caucasians that lived in the caves for thousands of years. During this time, they probably treated each other badly. Yes. What do you think people ate when they was in the caves? Wasn't no cattle there. Wasn't no chicken. They couldn't boil the egg. Given the lack of food resources in the caves, these first Caucasians probably ate each other. Many bad things. Think about that. They ate each other. Can you imagine what it was like? I also talk a little bit about this in my book, Origin, Black Neanderthals and White Race. We can assume that when Caucasians lived in the caves, they early recognized that they should organize themselves into clans or tribes. The tribe would have protected its members from being preyed upon. The Caucasians living in the caves early realized that other humans could provide them with food, clothing, and weapons. Yes.
Love it. Bring it.
These white people, when they looked at another human being, they didn't see you as a physical being, as a spiritual being. They saw you as a resource.
That's right.
Yes, the human being, your body, was a resource. They had to eat each other, and they wanted to have the food resources to survive, and that was you. The human body provided the Caucasoid with clothing made of human skin. The human bone would have provided the material to make tools and weapons such as knives and short spears. The bone could also be fashioned as protective armor by using human skin to bind the bundles of two bones together. Yes, 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 yes! The Caucasian found your body as a utility. Isn't that the way many second frequency have sex? They want to be ripped. Sometimes they don't feel they didn't have good sex until they kill somebody.
They used to call them snuff films. Films.
They're just not satisfied. They're just not satisfied with orgasm. They gotta, in a sense, take control of your body. Just like now, how they want to control a woman's body for this so they can't get abortions.
Roe v. Wade.
Bradley was right. The caves did something to the white man. The caves did something to the Caucasians, but they were not Neanderthals.
Come on now.
But something happened to those black people in those caves that turned into whites, and that made them hate you.
Right.
Living in the caves during this time was a place of terror. It was terror because you could not trust any human you came in contact with due to the fear that they might murder you. As a result, xenophobia became the principal attitude of Caucasians. Caucasian xenophobia became a protective measure that guaranteed that their in-group, due to hatred and fear of strangers, would be able to defeat and conquer the out-group because they represented anything that was foreign or strange. Don't you see? That's why second frequency is afraid of each other. That's why second frequency, when they commit wars, they try to kill every damn body off. That's why second frequency, what do they care about the body? They used to hang niggas down south, cut off their testicles, and take it home and put it in a damn jar and study it. They cut pieces of their body and eat it as meat.
That's right. All facts.
It goes back to when they lived in the caves. Already showed you these caves stretch from Scotland
to Turkey.
Look at that European on the left side. That long nose, that long chin. I ain't here to talk no bullshit. Nigga,
Come on now. Bring those receipts, Doc.
The Caucasian xenophobia nurtured. Listen. The Caucasian xenophobia nurtured in the caves became an epigenetic feature of the white man. What does nurture mean? That means that was not their nature. It was nurtured into them. They were taught to be xenophobic. They were taught.
For those that have done study with us on epigenetics and studying the book with Bruce Lipton, you understand the on and off switches of our DNA and how we formulate our own reality based on our thoughts and our environment.
In addition,
person to the object.
In addition, because the human body was seen as a natural resource, Caucasians have developed the attitude that humans are a utility. Yes. Don't you see? They see other human beings as a utility. We got the fake and real Neanderthals. We got the Iceman inheritance. You saw the people living in the caves. You saw their images, and you saw the caves they lived in. This research has caused cognitive dissonance among many of you. Yes, family. Many of you have cognitive dissonance. This is why people get upset when their beliefs are challenged. You have to. If somebody tells you Neanderthal was black, you get upset. Damn, don't tell me that. I know Neanderthals were white because the white man told me so. They told you a lie. That's why you get a headache. That's why your mind is so convoluted. That's why your mind goes in all these different ways. Like, whoa, fucked up. Why Neanderthals, you might ask? It's simple. The answer is simple. Neanderthal explains the trajectory of the blacks and whites. This is why you wanted to feel that the Neanderthals were white. Because by feeling that Neanderthal was white, it explained the trajectory of blacks and white people, how we are. The Neanderthal is many things to the black and white race. His image offers both races, security, and well-being, yes, because his existence explains the social conditions of blacks and white people and the social condition that white and black people find themselves in this system of worldwide supremacy. You needed to believe that Neanderthal was white. Caucasians, listen. White people need Neanderthal. You needed Neanderthal. To Caucasians, Neanderthal was a brutish and primitive xenophobic creature. That became civilized through sheer will and recognition that their exploitation of nature represents the progress that will benefit mankind. Bradley talks about this fact. Bradley talks about that the key to understanding the European second frequency is its goal to bring about progress. He teaches you in a sense that Neanderthal was white and that this beast, this brute, became that magnificent people who rule the world today, they claim. Second frequency. That's why they had to make Neanderthal white. But why do black people like Neanderthal? To the Negro, Neanderthal is a brutish and primitive xenophobic creature. But how do we see it? We feel in a sense that it explains the white man's hatred and mistreatment of the black race. And why they treat humanity as whites seek to make progress through their exploitation of nature and this natural resource, which is destroying the earth and our environment. Yes, we see Neanderthal as a brutish creature, a xenophobic creature that is not a symbol of progress, but a symbol of how the white man is destroying the world. But as I tell you, both of those ideas about Neanderthal is a myth. They're myths because Neanderthal was neither one of those. He was not a brute. He was not xenophobic. We need to give Europeans Neanderthals because it offers us security and feeling that we finally understand why whites hate us and act so beastly toward us. Yes, we have to save us from having mental illness. We have to tell ourselves that we understand the white man now because he came from the Neanderthals. We understand that the white Neanderthals were the xenophobic people. That allows us to find safety mentally. Why? It's cognitive dissonance. That's why you want to believe that, but then you know it's something missing. And what's missing is that he came from the damn cave. If we didn't have the myth that Neanderthal was a brute, we would have to accept the reality of the behavior of whites is psychopathic. Nature during the Ice Age. You understand that? You had to believe.
Excellent.
You had to believe that the European evolved from some beast lead Neanderthal people because it excuses them from their oppression and the beastly things they do. Because if you didn't put it on the Neanderthals, you had to admit that these people are psychopathic.
Come on. That was my dissertation. My dissertation was on it. My dissertation was on this psychopathic behavior and sociopathic behavior. It's epigenetic, and it continued because after the ice melted and they came out, look at the Dark Ages. We're doing this incredible series with Keenan Booker He's written 3 volumes. Each volume is 500-600 pages, complete illustrations, all the pictures, all of the documentation, all of the research. These people are psychopathic in nature, and it's epigenetic. It's not something that they can think about. It's not something that they can correct. It's not something that they can see. And so we go into this series of denial because we want to believe, hey, there's good white people. We did a whole show with Dr. Jacqueline Battalora on good white people. It don't exist because white people were invented in America as a matter of law in 1681. They are doing everything they can to matter. That's why you have to have, in this today, you have to have Black Lives Matter, because it's really white lives don't matter. Melanin matters. And the only matter that matters is Black matter. That's very hard to hear, very hard to accept, but here are the receipts of this particular, well, everything that we've done. But today, here are more receipts. This levels the playing field. You got to go back now go back to school, go back home and start cutting out some of the stuff that you've read because it was wrong. And I love my scholars and regurgitators, but some of my scholars and regurgitators that I've had on this platform, they fell into the same trap. Dr. Winters is coming with the receipts. Thank you, Doc. Please continue.
Thusly, to feel psychologically healthy and whole, we must blame the Neanderthal Ice Age experience as formative in the white man's consciousness, instead of accepting the fact Caucasians suffer from a psychosis which makes them psychotic. This view of Europeans allows us to live around these people and not consciously see them as a threat that should be avoided if we want to remain safe from their savagery. As a result, we stay in a constant state of cognitive dissonance, i.e. a state of mental discomfort that results from holding 2 conflicting beliefs: a conscious belief that we are safe around whites, and a subconscious fear that whites want to harm and kill us. This proves Caucasians are not native to Europe. This means 2 things. 1, to be psychologically healthy, we must believe Neanderthals are white. And 2, that white Europeans are not native to Europe, except underground, since they remained in the caves like the Proto-Europeans as Grade de Marche before 1400 BC. They probably did not interact with the blacks of Europe as they became depigmented. They remained in the caves until the Santorino volcanic explosion. Again, you can go to my Patreon to see the slides. I'm at Twitter, Dr. Clyde Winters 8, and Clyde Winters YouTube videos. Don't forget, get Dr. Charles's MFit number 9. It's a beautiful issue. I love the drawings in it. Don't forget that you can buy my book where I really expand into the discussion of Neanderthals and the white race in my book, Origins of Neanderthals and Blacks. But the PDF has much information that you're not going to find in the book. It discusses, in a sense, more details about that white race. It discusses, in a sense, how they came into being. You got to get the PDF.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
These are references, and there's more references.
Let me put that PDF in the chat again for the family. But of course, you know that is available. You can get it if you're on the YouTube. I think it's directly below if you're on Facebook. It's either, well, it's there. I just, brother, that's what I do. Learn the truth. When black species as spirit chopped, when you get put about our get up in life, racial seed, vital in the nigger, and not knowing color, this Neanderthal. Photos of people who had ergotism where their arm fell off and they got up and walked away because you thought they were dead, but they weren't dead. Hence zombies, the walking dead. They have been telling us who they are since they arrived, but it's coded. It's psychops, psychological operations, right? They don't want you to know that their only history is the Dark Ages. That's and coming from the caves. When you understand nothing's wrong with you, something happened to you. What happened to you was the European or the white man. What happened to them was God and nature. And they then happened to us. There's nothing wrong with you. We are the best of the best. We are the first, the last, and the only. We are the Alpha and the Omega. We are it. We always have been. The job of any species interrupting and intersecting with a superior species is to try to interrupt that signal and create doubt in the original people. This is why you don't like black, right? This is why some of y'all we ain't black. Black is not a law. It's not a national. You're dumb. You're stupid. But more so than being insulting, you're unaware of what happened to you. You're unaware of the psychops. You're unaware that, as Dr. Winters and Neely Fuller always tells us, we are at war. But when we think of war, we think of guns and tanks, and we think of something physical. We don't think of it as psychological, because it's hard to believe that these people can be that diabolical. But here's another fact that Dr. Winters has also proven to us. They did this to themselves, family. They did this to their own people. They ate each other because they had no choice in the situation that they were in. And that becomes psychotic. You got to kill your children. They are photos in the Kicked Out of Heaven. Go to kickedoutofheaven.com. Brother Keenan Booker shows photos where children ate their parents and parents ate their children. There's a photo. I put it up on my Facebook. You know what Facebook did? They put a cover over it. It said sensitive material, sensitive content, because they don't want you to know that they were the original barbarians, hence civilization and barbarism. They were the ones that that nature, because of their recessivity, because they were recessively genetic, they couldn't be one with nature. They were the opposite of nature. They were antithetical to nature, which means they were antithetical to the first people, to the African. So Dr. Winters, he always does this to me. He said, Rev, I did a show on Sister Shanice's show, and he came out and he said, Rev is going to write a book about this shit. Okay, so now I got to write the book. So I'm in the process. I'm in the process now of writing this book. Nothing's wrong with black people. Something happened to black people. I assume that this will become an unequivocal piece. This will become a historical piece, because I'm taking every interview I've done for 35 years, all of the research, all of the evidence, and sequentially show you exactly what happened to you, and why nothing is wrong with you. Because as a philosopher, I'm asking how and why questions. I'm answering how and why questions, which is what we call first causation, metaphysically. And not only that, I'm going to show you what you can do about it. See, part of the reason why we want to believe in this myth that the Neanderthal was white, we don't want to feel vulnerable because we don't know what to do. Well, there are things that we can do, but we can't talk about it on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and these. You can't talk about that. So we're going to put it in a book where you can learn firsthand of what you can do to interrupt their signal. Because that's all this is frequency and signal interruption. And once you learn how to interrupt their signal, you become a god. You become a goddess. You go and restore yourself back to first frequency. You don't know that. Third frequency don't know a damn thing about first frequency and first sight consciousness. The thug, the thug or the fourth frequency nigga, they don't know about this. So where do you go? When you go along to get along so you can have your red bottoms and Range Rover, where do you go? You go back to second frequency, who gave you this false god, these three white boys. Columbus, the white boy on the boat, Jesus, the white boy on a stick, and God, the white boy in the sky. Now you suffer from the white boy in your cells. It's epigenetic. Once you know, and you had to do that, that's the way you had to survive, because you did not know they cut you off from first frequency. They cut you off from your history. They cut you off from your spirituality. But because we're spiritual people and want to believe in something, now we believe in this white boy in the stick. Or we believe in Muhammad. Or we believe... There is no archaeology. So Dr. Winters in our research class, I'm sorry I'm filibustering, but this is important for the family to hear. I came up with this concept that I call the Fantastic Four. And when we talk about philosophy, fam, that Fantastic Four becomes unequivocal. And I had this conversation with Dr. David Imhotep as well. Archaeology, anthropology, linguistics, and I added a third one, the fourth one, which is law. When you do research and you have those four things, you follow those four disciplines, you shut the room down. People go and drink a bottle of Shut the F Up because it levels the playing field. For the last 40 some odd shows and lectures that Dr. Winters has presented, as well as a few of the other scholars like Dr. David Imhotep and so on, that's the four. That's the Fantastic Four: anthropology, archaeology, linguistics, and law.
And also, you got to remember that is also the standard bearers of PSYOPs. PSYOPs is the social science. They use those things to control you. Every day, if you look in the science book and read, white man did this.
That's right.
Every day, if you look at TV and it show you the white man doing this. Every day when it show you, look at that white woman, look at that white man.
That's right. That's right. The reasons that come out,
and this is why we are going through law. And today we went through a lot of anthropology, archaeologies to get to the genetical understanding of what takes place on our planet as we seek to create solutions for our people. We have to have a full understanding of our story. What are we facing? What is taking place? I wanted him to get to the closing where he explains how and what happened under the Dryer volcanic
That's
explosion.
why they concentrate on trying to take away your placement, because see, I talk.
Well, on the Dryer volcanic explosion, he speaks about that this explosion marked the opening of the underground cave that freed the mutated ones. So the mutated ones came out later. This is how they pop up in history. Their history is short, and everyone speaks. They come from a dark world. Their history. So this is where the psychosis comes in because of what took place in the cave. So when they came up onto the earth, still in harsh conditions and environments, they continued a rampage of blood and shedding. But today, I hope you caught the reality of, what was the key of connection around the world. And we say the roots are black everywhere. And, people say, well, y'all black people trying to put yourself everywhere, every group of people. And that becomes the outcry to the knowledge of how vast the Kushite Empire was. How vast did the black genetics reach around the world, and everywhere they go, they find us. So hopefully tonight gave you a strong insight. Based on time, we won't go any further. We got a little behind, but we'll control that next time. I thank you for the tolerance and discipline and holding tight with us to this point. Amashe. Share.
Yes, I give thanks. Gonna put up the anthem. One moment.
1 minute. Anyone have any questions or statements they wanted to say after getting that insight on where the European white come from and why is Africa the only ones who don't find their roots in the Neanderthal, but yet the Neanderthal finds their roots in Africa. So getting that new perspective, it changes the construct of race on the planet. And when we understand that, then we can also see what the Kushite Ethiopian Empire was doing as they re the history of building civilizations around the world. And we know prior to those stages of what we call Kushite, Axumite, Phoenicians, we had ancient temples even before those times around the world. So that means they were coming from a time where destruction happened, and then they had to go back around and restore the world and the people. And there was a civilized nature of the people. Some type of uncivilized nature amounted on the planet that stopped and broke the circle of life that all were living in. And this is what we were discussing today. Give thanks. Any questions, any words?
Yes, sir. Give thanks.
Yes, sir.
I would say gratitude for everybody, sticking in and listening and understanding the science of it, the simplicity of the recordings of what happened and the recordings of defining the going through of theories, giving everything a chance and letting it go through and learning along the way about the different tactics and the counterance. And every day, we deal with different levels of things everywhere. But this system is worldwide. And, there have been some cases at work, things might have been for a reason because people had certain attitudes. And I felt that. And I felt it because that's their intention. But their intention was not upheld within my mind. So, through learning about the frequencies, through learning about people's energy and what they do, in a sense, to dominate the room or dominate the space because of their want of control, because of abnormalities. It made me see, a brunette woman being discriminated against by a blonde lady, blue eyes lady. And I see her complain about it. It made me see that reality. And not to say that that don't exist, but it made me see the reality of the vastness of the system and the complexity of it and how everybody is affected. So people do things and they shoot bad energy in all different directions. So the ones in the middle feel like, well, I'm not white enough. Some people feel that they're not black enough. But the point is the point, origin, the point, the center, the unity, the circle of life where these women, these seven queens, these seven sisters shared humanity, the matriarchals. And they gave us a matrilineal society. These seven queens gave us a matrilineal society where they told the kings and the queens to rule together. So this constructs family. So if we are one family, we have to act like family. And family have principles, not just to say what to do, because I say what to do. But like His Majesty said, these principles are found in nature. So we see the seven in different areas. And with this, we are grateful for our position. And we look to heal the world. And myself, my great grandfathers are from Ireland. So I know these things personally as to the demographic of family structures, as to what some families say, how some family act towards other family, jokes, certain things people say about certain folks in the family, even stuff that we said as children growing up. And then I thought to myself, wait, how can I say this? And my mother is so beautiful. And I can say it because my mother don't say anything about it because she's been conditioned. And I cannot be angry at her. I have to see the opportunity for myself to grow and say, you know, I see it stops here. I don't gotta say that anymore. It was fun. Wow, it was fun. It is fun being a nigga. It's fun, but if you know that it's no good, then you're able to see that you're in Candyland. You're able to see that you're like the orphan in Peter Pan. And you realize you come from a people. You didn't just pop up out of ground like people thought that theory of humans is popping out anywhere. No, you come from a heritage, a people, a proud people. Why? Because they keep the principle of the Most High. That's their pride. Not because they're greater than the other people. It was only us. We're just only greater than ourselves to the Most High because the Most High is within us. There's nothing else but love from this side because there's only one side. Then there's the light that the Most High gave us. The light that shines, and when that light shines, all of the light just doesn't even exist. You can't even see it. That's love from out of the source. The light must have a source for it to burn. So the Most High came from the matter, the mother, Ma'at, from the math, from the principle, the idea within the reality. What is that? The vibration that makes the matter move. So we give thanks to know our origin and have pride to say no matter what people do to scorn our mothers and fathers' name, Black, we will not disregard them, for she is matter and he is the ultra black light that is invisible everywhere. You can't see it. So they don't see Black. So we give thanks and praise and glory to the word, to the sound, to the power. Give thanks. Yes, sir. Anyone else?
Salam, lekulekemu, akamnegatu. Abakudos Kedamawe, Haile Selassie Stem, Xavier. Give thanks. Give thanks once again for a beautiful session. Give thanks for our minister, Ras Lazarus, and lead the 99 forward again. At this time, I will ask that Rasifa, if he's still online, to do our night of honor and closing us out with the prayer.
Yes, I give it thanks, Russ. Yes, very good program tonight. I'm giving thanks for Russ Kimian's revelation of his work. As the first time I've seen the eyes work, Russ Kimian. Yeah, man, it's very wonderful, you know. So yes, I.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Kataha, werewolf, women, feskidu. Ahadu amla. Besamaha, werewolf, women, feskidu. Sahadu amla, Kaili Selassie. Mehelkaya, Haile Selassie, Zedekaya. En Rahim Ahadu Amla. I believe in one Exia, the Almighty Maker of heaven and earth, all things visible and invisible. I believe in one Lord and Savior, Christus, the only begotten Son of the Father, who was with him before the creation of the world. Light from light. See you mix the Abia from true Abia, begotten and not made of one essence with the Father, and whom by him without anything in heaven or earth not made, and who for our salvation came down in the crown of Ethiopia, our blessed King Kadamawi, highly Selassie was made man incarnate, manifest Spiritus. And I believe in a life-giving Exabia who proceeded from the Father, for no knee should bend and no tongue should serve. You are a goose and a gas. I'm like of a bay twos, and I call on you to sing we pray. Abba, touching ho, besame at your mitno, semi akadisman, gistatim tapakader, besame in the honech, in the huba maderti hon yelas in the latin in the tenzere, but the latin in yet kerdinil. A bay two with a fatina matakban, cake fu hulu eden and enchi, mengisti yantanatana. Kibur Miskana Lezelemu. By the salutation of the saints, Angel Raphael, O Waziro Yeshima Betai salute thee. Thou art pure in thoughts and a chosen vessel, blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Lichtaferi. Rejoice, thou who is head, graceful Ixia is with thee. And I beseech and pray for thy mercy to thy beloved Son Christus to reveal himself in the crown of Ethiopia to our blessed King Kadamari Haile Selassie, that he may forgive I and I all our iniquities. Kedu, 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 Selassie Bahani Alem, Medani Alem, Moetimizraki Dani Mehret, Talakumeri, the great leader who rules by his way, in his will, by his right, for the merriness of the people. Selassie, Ayabakedus Pedamawi, Haile Selassie, giving thanks, Sila, Selassie. Yes, I, giving thanks, Russ. May your guide and bless I and I. May this word, as always, is coming through the most hail so Freddy. May it gain strength and gather the children from the four corners of the earth in the right time. Yes, I, Rastafari, Karamari Ali Selassie. Sila, 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 Aliyah. Yes, I, giving thanks.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to cut off now, Russ.
Yes, sir. We're good to go.
Yes,
So
sir.
everybody, keep a lookout on Instagram. We got some new work coming out. Yeah, just posted something tonight, and just check it out. If you wanted to go to esoterics, it's very interesting. This was planned out already with these certain days, so the reasoning tonight was on point with the new post we put in there for the rising. So yes, I give thanks.
Give thanks.
Aye, aye.
Give thanks.
Aliyah.
Aliyah. Taylor.